Yo, yo, yo. Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk pre-stream, the live stream, the pre-stream. It's like a prequel to the good stuff. Well, congratulations to Sigurd the Beast over on Twitch for getting the first comment of the day award, baby. Woo! Just a couple of reminders. Remember, you can head on over to CanaryCry.Party. Follow us all over the place. We have been revamping some of the off YouTube streaming locations, so keep an eye out for better Odyssey options, things like that. The Canary Cry Clips channel is now attached to Odyssey, so if you want to guarantee access to the Canary Cry Clips channel, go find it on Odyssey somewhere. I think I posted that link somewhere. Yeah, on my Twitter. Okay. So you can get the link there or just search Odyssey for that. I want to give a very special shout out and thank you to everybody who left us audio messages over on CanaryCryNewsTalk.com. Lots of fun, good stuff. You'll hear some of those audio messages on the show today, and it's actually, we're very excited about the possibilities here. So if you haven't done it yet, consider heading over to CanaryCryNewsTalk.com. You'll see a little tab on the right-hand side of the screen. Click on that. You can leave us an audio message from wherever you are, whatever you're thinking. Again, let's don't abuse the privilege. Let's use it constructively. But please go leave us a message there. And the usual stuff. Follow us in other places, blah, blah, blah. Canary Cry Bingo, Canary Cry Street Team, Canary Cry Supply Drop. Woo! Okay, let's get this party started. Stay hydrated. Let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is January 1st. No, dang it, I always do that. We are live to tape on January 28th, 2022. This is episode 439. And today, Truckin' Truthers. That's right. Razzle Dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And we are here. It is Friday.
It's Friday, It's Friday, It's Friday. It's Friday,
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, there you go. We can keep playing with the Friday thing. There we go. We're going to continue playing with the Friday thing, folks. And how you doing, Gonz? Any updates from since Wednesday? Anything we need to know about the life and times of Gonz?
No.
Yeah.
Nothing to share.
Me neither. Nothing important, except we have a very fun little intro story here before we get into the meat of the episode. And this is coming from the New York Times. And the headline, Relax, America. Willow, the White House cat, has arrived. Dun, dun, dun. The article reads like this. The cat has landed after keeping the nation on tenterhooks since even before taking office. The Biden White House announced on Friday that a gray cat named Willow had joined the first family. More than a year after the plucky farm feline from Pennsylvania caught the eye of the First Lady Jill Biden while she was on the stump for her husband. Quote, Willow made quite an impression on Dr. Biden in 2020 when she jumped up on the stage and interrupted her remarks during a campaign stop, said Michael LaRosa, the First Lady's spokesman. Quote, seeing their immediate bond, the owner of the farm knew that Willow belonged with Dr. Biden. Willow is named after the First Lady's hometown, Willow Grove, Pennsylvania? Yeah. The cat's arrival was much anticipated after Dr. Biden casually mentioned in a November 2022 interview that she'd love to have a cat in the White House and later lightheartedly suggested that the animal was, quote, waiting in the wings. To feline fans everywhere, this might as well have been a blood oath that a cat would soon be revealed.
What?
The revelation of the cat sealed by a blood oath, Gonz. For more than a year, Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, was peppered with questions about the administration's cat policy by reporters and other interested parties. She seemed aware of the stakes behind the cat's public rollout. The stakes are high, Gonz.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. You can make a comment there. I'm going to skip down. There's some other interesting things that we'll get to the meat of the subject here.
My comments don't really mean much, but why name him? What is it? Is it a she?
All cats are girls, Gonz.
Yeah. Anyway, why Willow?
Because it is Dr. Jill Biden's hometown. I mentioned Willow Grove.
Right. Okay. So nothing to do with the 1988 film Willow, played by Warwick Davis. Do you remember that movie?
Not even a little bit.
No?
No.
Oh my gosh, Basil. You need to... Well, 1988, so I guess you weren't born yet. It must be so good, figuring that I've never heard it before. People in the chat will know of Willow. Mm-hmm. They will. Watch. Okay. Now, anyway. Some people call you a boomer. Like, actually, some people legitimately think that you are a boomer. Yeah. You're not a boomer. You're a millennial. But for some reason, you insist on acting older than you are. You're a young man. Okay, enough about that. This is about the cat. Okay. Listen up. The cat is still being fostered with somebody who loves the cat, Dr. Biden said. I don't even know whether I can get the cat back at this point. So the story is the Dr. Jill Biden was giving a speech in 2020 and a cat jumped up onto the stage and she said, I want this cat. This cat is mine. Which has a pretty weird feel to it. No, this is very sorcery-ish. It was somebody's cat. That's true and too. Joe Biden just wanted it, and then the cat was being fostered by somebody else who really loved the cat. And no, Jill must have what Jill wants. So the cat has been relocated to the White House. But many of you will remember my very poignant and scholarly theory about the dog situation with the Bidens. There's a long legacy of issues with the Biden's dogs, biting people, attacking people, eating people, eating executive orders right off the desk there, dog ate my homework style for Biden. That's why he hasn't accomplished literally any of his campaign promises, is because his dogs keep eating the paperwork, and he just keeps, it's a classic excuse. Right. We get it, Biden. And then here we go. So this cat, I think, is going to play into it. The article continues. Another complication, Dr. Biden said at the time, was concerns of hostility between the cat Major and the family's other German Shepherd, who had been sent to training. Did you say cat Major? Cat and Major. Oh, cat and Major. And Major. Okay. Oh, Gonzo, come on. We got a flow here. I know, but I was just making sure, the clarity. Concerns of hostility between the cat and Major, the family's other German Shepherd who had been sent to training after a series of biting episodes in the East Wing. At the time, Mr. La Rosa described it as, quote, some additional training to help him adjust to life in the White House.
But last month, Major was sent to live in a quieter environment with friends of the family.
Oh, no.
Mr. La Rosa said, "The dogs are out, Gonz. Major is out and Willow is in. I believe this is some sort of coup. We have some sort of
100% a coup. The alien cats.
coup.
Yeah, the Mars-bound alien cats are taking over the White House slowly but surely. They had to get the dogs in there to create a reason to bring in the cats.
Yeah, the
and here
supreme one. The war between the cats and dogs for control of the country is leaning towards the cats right now.
Yeah.
And you'll remember last year my rants about the weirdness going on with the Biden dogs and how there was some like strange allegorical significance between the younger dog representing sort of young radical progressive Democrats biting institutional security officers at the White House, and the old dog, passed away recently, right at the same time that Biden's, approval ratings are falling precipitously. And just as at this moment, as Major, who represents the radical left, is sent off to a mysterious farm, the cat moves in. What does the cat represent? Who does this cat work for? We don't know, but we are going to be paying attention. But I think it signals a drastic change in the administration's, whole operation. I think we're going to see a big change in the year that the midterms are set to. Give Republicans control of the House, control of the Senate, probably as well. And, things are falling apart. They had to bring in the big guns. The cat is here. Or maybe the cat is a GOP cat. Maybe the cat is a mole.
Yeah.
Or, not just there to hunt moles, but also be a mole. And,
the cat's playbook here is well known because there's a character named or described as the Han-Nakash in Genesis 3. Kind of tempts Eve to do some stuff you're not supposed to do. And in this case, could Willow have been the mastermind behind all the turmoil with the German Shepherds?
It could be from the background. Yes,
just kind of suggest something, hey, Joe would really like it if you'd eat that guy's arm. Or whatever,
hey, Major, that Secret Service guy, has been talking some really bad rumors about you. He said that you're fixed.
Yeah.
He said you're missing some body parts, Major. What are you going to do about that? You're going to prove you're a man to that Secret Service guy? Boom. Secret Service guy gets bit. Major gets sent to a farm. Cat moves in.
It plays right. And this would serve as a cat-ocalypse style microcosm of the arrival of the Antichrist, perhaps, some kind of world affair. We get caught up in it. Two factions fighting. They get shipped out somewhere, and then some other comes in to take over.
Exactly. And they said right here, the story is Dr. Jill Biden did not choose the cat. They did not say, we want a cat.
Let's go get
it. Yes, let's go get a cat. No, that didn't happen. The cat jumped up on national television and, knowing that it would set the cat-loving American population into a full-on frenzy that Jill Biden would have no choice but to adopt this cat, taking it from its loving home and transporting it into the White House.
That's some witchcraft right there.
I know. I'm telling you.
From Willow. And
what's funny is they actually took out some of the photos from this article. There were some great professional photos of Willow running around the White House and playing with toys and stuff. And I did think, if there was any best job to have in the White House, it's cat propaganda photographer.
You think everybody thinks it's just innocent pictures of cats, when in reality it is the destruction of the entire system. There is a picture of Willow from what I have here, from the link I have from the New York Times, that has the obelisk in the background.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
There's your, and it's kind of blurry, you know? So it's like only people that really are squinting can see.
The cat is standing on the windowsill in the White House, and the looking out the window sort of triumphantly. And in the background is the Washington Monument, which is an obelisk, which, as we know, is one of the parts of the dismembered Egyptian god Osiris. And, you know, considering cats were Egyptian, you know, divinity, could this be the reincarnated Osiris coming to manipulate the new Atlantis?
Well, it would make sense that, you know, the spirit of Osiris would possess a cat first. You know, it's like it's got to work its way up to the human. You know, it can't just go straight to human. The abyss has to open, you know, some way.
He must move through the different levels of the astral plane in order to take a human form. So there you go. That's the truth and not conspiracy theory about the Biden's new cat, the first cat of the United States of America. There have been other cats, but you know, first cat, like a first lady type of thing. And we'll keep an eye on this cat. Big changes are coming. I'm telling you, my Biden dog theory pretty much was spot on across the board. So
you just omitted the cat part, the cat-spiracy part.
I didn't see it coming. I did not see it coming,
Took
but it fits
surprise.
right in.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to go back through previous episodes and collect all of the dog theory things and put together a supercut
montage. Yeah. I will say, as a side note, in this New York Times article, there's a picture of Socks, the Clinton family's cat, in the White House briefing room in 1994. And it's got kind of like a half Hitler stash thing going on.
It's got like a full goatee. It's got like a big beard and the little pencil mustache.
Little pencil mustache. The irony is not lost.
Fresh, I guess. Yeah, they actually give a pretty interesting history of all the cats in the White House. We're not going to go over it now, but I will say this. Presidential cats go back to at least the Lincoln era, when Abraham Lincoln's Secretary of State, William H. Seward, gave him 2 cats, Tabby and Dixie. Lincoln, historians have said, once remarked that Dixie was smarter than his entire cabinet. So since the inception, since the beginning of our country's, you know, long history, cats have been in the White House, secretly manipulating world and national affairs all the way back since Lincoln. And Lincoln admitted that the cat was smarter than his whole cabinet. So I think we're really onto something.
I don't think you get this kind of breakdown on any other show in the world.
Especially, this is just the opening intro, folks.
Oh my gosh.
So if you like this breakdown, make sure to go follow Canary Cry Clips, because it will have its own special clip over there. And before we get into the real important stuff, Gonz, the Canary Cry audio message service over at CanaryCryNewsTalk.com has been a hit. I've really been enjoying it. Lots of wonderful messages from people. We couldn't possibly play all of them on the show, but I'm hoping that if these messages still keep coming in, we'll be featuring them every episode. And it's been really helpful, and already they have influenced the direction of the show in a really good way, as you'll see throughout the show. But we'll start out with a message that was left to us by Gerry in Canada.
Hi there, this is Gerry, a Canadian living in Ecuador for 7 years. I am requesting for you to name the next episode something to do with the Canadian truckers convoy. And it'd be great if you guys could spend a good amount of time going over all the coverage from that. Thanks very much.
Or lack of coverage.
Yes, or lack of coverage. Exactly. And so thank you, Gerry. Excuse me. I said Gerry in Canada. He's not in Canada. He's a Canadian in Ecuador. But thank you for the message. And you are correct. We will be. Well, you're not correct. You had an influence as well, as did a few other messengers. But we will be spending a plenty. Well, I'm not sure about the timing of it, but we will be thoroughly exploring the trucker
Convoy, yeah.
Protest thing going on in Canada during the second section of the show after the first break, and we're very excited about it. So stick around. After the first break, we will be getting down and dirty with the truckers up in Canada. Other than that, Gonz, it's time for the Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Time for the Flippy update. If you don't know what that is, Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, we are coming from BroBible.com.
What up, bro?
BroBible.
What up, bro?
What is this outlet? This is hilarious. And the headline reads, autonomous robots can now perform surgery without help from humans and do it better. It reads like this. New autonomous surgical robot at Johns Hopkins University in Maryland just performed keyhole surgery without the assistance of humans. The smart tissue autonomous robot, STAR, performed intestinal anastomosis, the joining of two ends of intestine after a section is removed, on 4 pigs with nominal human interaction. Quote, STAR is the first robotic system to plan, adapt, and execute a surgical plan in soft tissue without human intervention. Axel Krieger, an assistant professor in mechanical engineering at Johns Hopkins, told Gizmodo. Not only that, according to the report published in Science Robotics this week, the robot's suturing and stitches were said to be more accurate and consistent than that seen in human-performed operations. New Scientist reports the robot performed the surgery on 4 pigs, carrying out 86 stitches in total. 2/3 of the time, the robot placed the stitch autonomously, while the rest of the time it had to be guided into place manually before attempting the stitch again. When the tissues were examined 1 week after surgery, the results were comparable to those achieved by human surgeons. The operation is particularly sensitive because any leak can cause catastrophic complications. Quote, once you open the body, everything kind of moves inside the patient, so you can't plan ahead of time, said Justin Opferman of Johns Hopkins. Quote, if you're doing soft tissue like intestines, as soon as you touch it, it moves out of the way. So you need to constantly be updating the robot's plan to figure out what it needs to do and how to complete the task. Opferman added that this particular trial is the first step towards fully autonomous surgery in humans. However, autonomous robots still have much to learn, as Krieger explained in Gizmodo. We'll have his explanation. For the foreseeable future, though, STAR and similar robots will continue to play assistant to human surgeons rather than take over completely. But even this could be an important step forward for making surgery safer by allowing surgeons to better standardize tricky operations like an anastomosis, a task that's performed over 1 million times in the U.S. annually. According to Krieger and his team also hopes that systems like STAR can revolutionize other difficult soft tissue procedure, such as tumor resections. And they envision a future where, quote, autonomous robotic surgery systems could help treat patients outside of normal hospital settings. For example, in trauma situations on the way to a hospital. That's some futuristic ideation there.
Yeah.
You have a surgery robot in the ambulance as you're driving to the hospital. Currently, the plan is to train the robot to carry out incrementally larger portions of an operation until it can perform the entire surgical procedure by itself. Opferman said human trials where these robots perform part of a surgery are hoped to begin sometime in the next 5 years. That's quite a long timeline compared to how similar technology is being tested. But I guess this is a pretty consequential tests to run. But this is interesting. Of course, we know bots like the Da Vinci bot and others where doctors can perform surgery remotely with the help of very precise robots, even sometimes using VR helmets and things like that to control the robot, have been around for a while. But this really is the next step. I mean, this robot performed many parts of the surgery autonomously, and not just that it did something it was programmed to do, but that it had the ability to adapt to the squishiness inside of human beings. I think that's kind of funny, the juxtaposition between the, what do you call it, precision of a robot and the sort of squishy chaos going on inside of a human being. But it does not sound like fully autonomous surgical robots are that far away, Gonz.
Yeah, what are people... I guess doctors in general, the whole industry will change in terms of surgery, but is there going to be a niche? Like, oh, I got the old school human surgery with the... Or are doctors going to have extra value to their surgeries that, people that do it by hand, like, hey, I can stitch you up, but I could do it in like a design,
Yeah, it'll be, exactly. It'll be more considered art.
Hand-stitched art.
It's the art,
as part of the surgery.
Not the science of surgery.
Right.
You joke, but really, what is the other option? That's how every single thing is happening when it comes to these robots autonomously being able to participate in industry of different industries, and that's why this handcrafted, sort of hipster term is so important, and you see it so often because there's so many robots. You're not going to just have, made in America or whatever. You're going to have handcrafted artisan surgery centers,
right,
versus the sort of traditional. Oh, you don't want to just be on a conveyor belt having robots fix you.
Right.
You want the gentle hands of a skilled craftsman, like a traditional surgeon.
Yeah, it'll just move into the piercing and tattoo world. That culture will just adopt. We'll give you a tattoo, but we'll fix your liver while we're at it. We'll just make it all look cool when we're done.
Definitely. The lowering of the bar on the less the human has to be involved, the less and less qualified the human has to be.
Right. As the internet has proven for people like us to have a talk show talking about news. This is the internet. The dangerous side. A lot of people like us to have a voice.
It really is an extension of the information economy. There's a lot of issues with our current sort of information economy, which is fun for people like us who can, have a job that is more or less strictly in information, but has caused a lot of problems in manufacturing and other, real jobs.
Yeah.
But it's almost putting surgery, or it's on the trajectory to put surgery into the, the milieu of the information economy.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, there you go. That's your Flippy update for the day.
It's Corona time. COVID-19, COVID-19, COVID-19,
COVID-19.
Yes. COVID-19, COVID-19, coronavirus.
I am vaccine. Vaccine, number one way.
USA Today, number one way. Couple arrested after allegedly attending Bills playoff game with fake COVID vaccine cards. It's a crime. They're arrested. A New York couple is facing felony charges, allegedly using fake COVID-19 vaccine cards to get into the Buffalo Bills' wild card game against the New England Patriots. The couple, Amber and Michael Knabb, 34 and 37, were arraigned Tuesday night in Orchard Park Town Court, each charged with one count of criminal possession of a forged instrument in the second degree, Erie County District Attorney John Flynn said in a press conference Wednesday. The charge is a Class D felony, which carries a maximum 7-year prison sentence.
Oh, wow.
Flynn said the couple allegedly got a blank CDC and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention vaccine card, and then filled in their name, date of birth, a fake Pfizer lot number, and put down they were vaccinated at a CVS store. The district attorney said the couple had been on the Bills' radar beforehand, as they allegedly had posted on social media that they
That's what it is.
Into previous games with the fake vaccine card. Well,
that's what it is. Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, that's what it is. So I was thinking, like, how in the world did they find
where's
this out?
The surveillance must be so strong at the Bills or the stadium, but no.
Well, I thought maybe the only way to do it, you could be like the girl flying from Hawaii who had spelled Moderna wrong. You could mess up some dumb way that way, in which case you probably deserve to get caught. Or, they somehow are like live checking the lot numbers and the distribution location. Maybe there's some sort of database or something.
Right, some triangulation.
That the security officer would have access to. But, there's been plenty of news about how there's no way that could be put together in a reasonable and reliable fashion.
Right.
Well, if you're posting on social media about how you are bragging about committing a felony to get into a specific venue, and possibly even like tagging that venue or something in your social post, you're just asking for it.
Yeah. Do you think they would have gotten away with it if they didn't post it on social media?
Absolutely.
At least 100%. For the short term. Maybe long term, the surveillance mechanisms get better. They retroactively come arrest you.
I'm not saying it will never happen, but I'm saying today and in the past and today, there is no mechanism where, a security guard at a venue, a sports arena, would be able to check the authenticity, unless you just did a bad job forging your thing and spelling things wrong or whatever. It just doesn't exist. There's no database where they can search your lot number and look up where it was delivered and dispensed.
Okay, let me just keep reading this paragraph here. During the third quarter of Buffalo's blowout 47-17 win over New England on January 15th, Flynn said officials from the team and the Erie County Sheriff's Office approached the couple in their seats and took them in for questioning. The Buffalo Bills then told authorities they wanted them persecuted. So something about them prosecuted. There's something about them walking into the stadium that they must have been on some kind of list already,
Well, yeah, that's what they said. So whoever's in the Buffalo Bills organization, they have very thorough social media teams. These brands, these organizations.
Yeah, they scrape everything.
So they're scraping every single social media post that mentions their venue or their team or whatever. And they're seeing this couple repeatedly posting, bragging how they used fake vaccine documents to get into their games. Yeah, their social media people are definitely going to see that. And then they just got to, hand it over to the right manager or whatever. And these people, they just search, because when you buy a ticket, you got to put in all your information.
Right.
And when they see that they arrived at the game and took their seats, booyah, you just make the match and you're good to go.
That's,
easy.
This is all public information. It's all out there now. It is the panopticon, the virtual panopticon at work here, where just a company can just do that. They're like, oh, it's social media. You posted it on social media and bragging about it.
Yeah, really dumb. And here's the thing. It's possible that this is some sort of setup to try to, send a message.
Sure. We'll pay you money to be the fall couple.
Well, yeah, whatever. Who knows? Yeah. And even if it is simply to, let people know not to post on their social media that they, faked a vaccine card and got into a Buffalo Bills game, because that doesn't look good for Buffalo Bills, or whatever the team was, that they're, that there's unvaccinated people super spreading at their games. So it's within the brand's interest. It's a profit motive interest.
100% serves that whole thing. It says here, quote, "I readily admit this is not the crime of the century. I hate to be the guy," I think this is a lawyer speaking. "I hate to be the guy that says I need to send a message. I don't like being that guy, but you can't do this. There's a law. We've got laws on the books. It's a slap in the face to the 70,000 others who did the right thing," Flynn added. So there you go. Yeah. There's your play.
Probably 1,000 at least others who also faked it, just didn't brag about it on social media.
Right. Yeah, don't talk about them. But yeah, this is for giving the people that did the right thing, quote unquote, the good feelies. And, just to make an example. But yeah.
And I'm sure they won't get 7 years. I'm sure nothing will happen to them.
That does sound extreme, but it is a good story to make people feel good about, having participated in the experiment.
Yeah. And Dento Bean's asking, New York State has laws, not just mandates. It wasn't necessarily about the vaccine. It was that they forged a legal document.
Right, the CDC document.
Right, they're going to get busted for forging government documents, not for being unvaccinated, specifically vaccine related. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, fun stuff.
Fun. We got
along the same lines, we got a clip here from CNN, just to keep tabs with the future of vaccination.
Let's see if this plays.
I gotta take away my video for 1 second. I gotta scoot my chair in.
Right now, it's a race.
There's going to be variants for a long time.
The virus against the vaccines and the boosters and possibly more boosters.
And keep showing it.
The company is forging ahead with an Omicron-specific vaccine.
But scientists have been working on what could be a better solution.
The urgent need of a universal coronavirus vaccine.
It's just what it sounds like. A vaccine that covers the circulating virus, yes, but also future variants we haven't even seen yet, and potentially other types of coronaviruses as well.
That means not only targeting SARS-like viruses, but then targeting MERS-like viruses, or then also targeting cold viruses.
Kevin Saunders is the director of research here at the Duke Human Vaccine Institute, one of the many groups racing to create a universal vaccine.
What we try to do is really target a specific part of the virus, for instance, that we know is its Achilles heel.
Now remember, viruses mutate all the time. So the trick is to find a stable part of the virus, a part that doesn't really change from one variant to the next, a common denominator. Saunders calls it a conserved site. Creating antibodies to that is one path to a universal vaccine.
So typically that's a place where the virus is binding to a specific protein on the host cell that it's targeting, and if it changes that site, then it's no longer able to infect.
A big clue came from someone who was infected with SARS all the way back in 2003.
What is DH1047?
The antibody DH1047 is an antibody that we found from a SARS-CoV-1 infected individual.
17 years later, in 2020, in the midst of the current outbreak, they found DH1047 was also protective against COVID. Protective against a virus that didn't even exist when these antibodies were first made.
And so we took that antibody as a template to say there must be some site that's common between SARS-CoV-1 and SARS-CoV-2. And let's figure that out. Then we would know that needs to be in the vaccine.
There are a number of pan-coronavirus vaccine strategies in the works. But unlike the mRNA vaccines we've come to know, at Duke, they're working on something called a nanoparticle vaccine.
There's multiple sites that can be recognized by
Stuff is laggy over here. Sorry.
Think of it like a soccer ball with tiny proteins stuck to the surface, each resembling a key conserved site of the virus's spike protein. So far in primates, the vaccine appears to work. And now, a similar vaccine developed by military scientists has already made it into early human trials. But as exciting as this science is, it's going to take time and patience.
I don't want anyone to think that pan-coronavirus vaccines are literally around the corner in a month or two. It's going to take years to develop.
Much of the work being done today on COVID is built on the back of similar research on other viruses, influenza, HIV.
We've been working on an HIV vaccine now for almost 30 years here at Duke. And HIV is one of the most rapidly evolving life forms on Earth.
That's because HIV mutates much faster. And that's one reason why Dr. Barton Haynes thinks developing a universal vaccine for coronaviruses may be easier.
Developing that platform for HIV over the last 5 years allowed this to happen when the need arose very quickly.
The most challenging part is that the virus is always changing. How do you predict what's coming in the future so that your vaccine can be effective against it?
And he's not just talking about coronaviruses that are infecting humans right now, but also novel ones that could still spill over from animals. Ones we don't even know about yet.
That's the type of vaccines we're going to need in order to prevent the next pandemic.
The next pandemic is so scary. Yeah.
Interesting little plug there for, the viruses spilling over from animals.
Animals, yeah.
Not created in labs or whatever.
Of course.
Just from animals. Yeah. Also fun that they didn't think it was important to mention that, they've been trying to create a coronavirus vaccine for
40 years?
Forever.
50 years? 60 years?
Yeah, coronavirus, of course.
1950 something or 1960.
Versions of the common cold are a coronavirus as well. They've been trying to make coronavirus vaccines for maybe longer than any other vaccine.
Yeah.
And in fact, not to get too deep into it because I don't have the resources right in front of me, but one of the big scary things about the coronavirus, not the COVID-19 vaccine, but the coronavirus vaccines altogether, is that the immune enhanced deficiency thingy. What is it called?
Autoimmune?
Immune dependency.
Okay.
Was first, really a problem with early coronavirus vaccines. That's where you get all the stories about the minks and the ferrets and stuff.
Right.
That's why when this coronavirus vaccine came out, so many scientists and doctors and, crazy conspiracy theorists were worried about it, is because every other attempt to create a coronavirus vaccine was killing everything that they tested it on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can't put that in a CNN report. So,
yeah, there's a lot in there, but
it's also nice of them to, not give everybody too much hope. Just like, we need to fill some time. Yeah, scientists are trying to make an all coronavirus vaccine, but don't expect it anytime soon.
Yeah, good old grouchy Fauci there, squashing any hope. Like, don't expect it soon.
Like for once in our lives, once in our lives, he's saying don't expect it soon. Where was that attitude during the 2020?
Well, I don't know. You heard it in the clip there. This is the story on it from ABC. Moderna launches clinical trial for HIV vaccine that uses mRNA technology. It's not much to get into. I'll read a little bit. Moderna announced Thursday that it's launching early-stage clinical trials of an HIV mRNA vaccine. The biotechnology company has teamed up with the nonprofit International AIDS Vaccine Initiative to develop the shot, which uses the same technology as Moderna's successful COVID-19 vaccine. One thing that just reading this reminded me of from that CNN clip that we just played is the mention of I think they said military doctors or military scientists that came up with the stuff. I don't know. To me, it's like, that doesn't make me feel comfortable, Military scientists have already started developing. It's like, oh, good.
For
I guess,
like a long time, too. Like, that's not even new.
No, it's not new, but it's just hearing it on CNN.
They're just reporting on, like, a lot of old research.
Yeah. But that's the kind of little detail that you would be called crazy for 10 years ago. No, military scientists are developing, kind of stuff that's going to be whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
The first participants in the phase 1 trial were given doses at George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences in Washington, D.C., according to a company statement. quote, "We're tremendously excited to be advancing this new direction in HIV vaccine design with Moderna's mRNA platform." This is just Moderna trying, they got to shift to the next problem. It shows that the coronavirus thing might be, the COVID thing might be, they see the writing on the wall in terms of the money printing that happens. So shift gear, next problem, let's tackle HIV.
And it also speaks to the fact that the mRNA vaccines were and continue to be experimental.
Oh, 100%.
Because they are the first distributed mRNA vaccines, and they've never had any of them that work before, and now suddenly, now let's start applying this to other diseases. And of course, those who've been following the stories for a long time are aware of the strange HIV-like structures within COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 rather, which is part of the lab leak. What makes the lab leak theory so credible, is that there are obviously engineered aspects of SARS-CoV-2, including little pieces of it that look directly like transplanted from HIV/AIDS or HIV virus, rather.
It's like they copy and pasted just some old files of HIV, and they're like, well, let's upgrade some stuff here and change stuff there, and made a new. And so, but the imprint is there, the fingerprints of a designer,
which makes the research another copy-paste situation from the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. You can just roll that right over into HIV because SARS-CoV-2 already had HIV-like structures within it.
Yeah. So. I think it's also important, and this is a point that people have digested by now probably, but just to get it out, by definition, the first wave of people that received the mRNA vaccines in mass, they are participating in an experiment, by definition, because they are the first.
The experimental period is not set to end until 2022 for these vaccines.
Wasn't it longer than that? I thought it was longer.
I'm sorry, 2023 is what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah. We've still got a year of experiment. A technical legal definition of an experiment until next year.
It's unreal. But I mean, now you got all this data. Now you can start quote unquote applying it to other things, and we're moving in that scientific dictatorship world, the Gattaca kind of world, where if you're not genetically pristine, you don't get to really participate and go into concerts and
I think it's interesting because Fauci, of course, made a name for himself during the AIDS pandemic of the 80s.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of people don't remember. I wasn't alive. But you can find all sorts of info about it, where Fauci was, was considered. He was considered an enemy of, AIDS patients because he did basically the exact same thing. Played this role, led the charge on trying to cure AIDS, during which time he approved or was, part of the approval and the main pusher of some very dangerous treatments that killed a lot of people. And, from what I can gather, it was a similar situation. Kind of came out, promised it was going to cure everybody of AIDS. It started killing people. He denied it and defended it and denied it and defended it, kept killing people. There were protests against Fauci. It was a whole thing in the 80s. And then, sort of just drifted away. So for him to be in this same report about how, Moderna has an HIV vaccine, it's a little like, we are either, if Fauci is involved, it's kind of like, okay, here we go again, the exact same thing that happened in the 80s, or look what we can do and you can't do, Fauci. Neener, neener, neener.
Well, it's interesting how Fauci's, I guess his shtick hadn't really changed, It's just like the audience changed, so it feels like it's all new and everyone's freaking out about Fauci, but it is interesting and hilarious that it's like he had his little moment with the AIDS pandemic, quote unquote, in the 80s. And then, out of public light for most of the 90s. I mean, he was still serving at a high level of government and stuff, but he wasn't like being interviewed on news every day and, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So for all of the 90s, the aughts, and most of pretty much all of the 10s. So 30 years of just kind of sitting around, and then, reemergence. And it's very
similar.
Same shtick.
Yeah, it's very similar to the cyclical nature that we see a lot of elite actors pull. There's this sort of like once in a generation type of cycle.
Right. And he transcends and he's older, so
and
he's got a longer orbit.
A version of this elite, cycle where once every generation, which means once every 20, 30 years, he gets a stab at a new go at these tactics.
Yeah, the New World Order fantasy game.
Yeah.
The real game that these elites are playing.
Right. Well, you see it with in economics as well. There's issues always with economics, but about every 30 or so years, there's some sort of really dramatic event, which is why some people are pretty freaked out now because we're in that window. But you had the issue in the 70s. And then you had I guess, like I said, it's a matter of intensity because there's always little economic problems. But as far as like big, huge ones, there's one in the 70s. There's one in the early 2000s. And, we're about 15 years into the next cycle. So
what are you saying, Basil?
It's
all crashing? Everything's going to crash.
Are the same. I'm just pointing out the different sort of high level elite cycles and the timelines they work on.
Yeah.
And it seems like this health cycle, the healthcare elite, health scare elite cycle is on a similar
it's a big part of government. It's one of the prongs of government. So yeah, of course it's going to have its moment, have its turn. Speaking of which,
if you haven't gotten vaccinated, do it. Do it.
Vox.com, our source for all truth. Vox. The extraordinary success of COVID-19 vaccines in 2 charts.
Oh, good.
2 charts.
Oh, just 2 charts. Okay.
Keeping it real simple for us.
That's been my problem is I've been looking at too many charts.
Yes.
You look at too many charts and then your mind gets filled with, gobbledygook of data and facts and like truth. Really better just to sum it down to 2 charts.
Just 2 charts.
Anybody who disagrees with 2 charts is a quack.
Especially because Vox said these 2 charts explains the success of COVID-19 vaccines. So, should believe him.
Tell me about it.
There are several ways to look at the COVID-19 pandemic. One is that a cataclysm we weren't prepared for, worsened by policy mistakes, misinformation, and global inequity, claimed more than 5 million souls and stalled the lives and livelihoods of billions of people around the world. As the pandemic drags into its 3rd year, it's hard to see it any other way. Wow.
Well,
real nihilist there.
I don't know if it's that hard to see it any other way, but okay.
But another story of the pandemic focuses on its unprecedented scientific achievements. In record time, scientists went from discovering a new virus to unpacking its genome to developing multiple effective ways to prevent and treat it, fueling what may be the largest public health effort in history. The most visible part of the pandemic is what has been lost. Trackers have counted the mounting death toll since 2020, each spike revealing setbacks and missteps. But these numbers can obscure the progress against the disease. To understand the current moment, we need both. The harm done as well as the harm avoided. By studying the number of lives saved and how those deaths were averted, we can decide what to do next. Perhaps we can even find some hope and optimism amid a stream of misery. I like how they admit that we're just living in a stream of misery.
Well, they prefer it that way.
Yeah, their reality. I feel bad for people. If you're living life and all it is a stream of misery and you're looking for just glimmers of hope, Wow, that's a sad existence.
Well, it's very profitable for organizations like Vox. If you're in misery, you're going to keep your eyes on the news and partake of whatever advertising they feed you.
Misery loves company. The question is, how do we figure out how many deaths were avoided? Scientists have modeled a world without vaccines and found some surprising answers. From the start of the U.S. vaccination campaign through the end of November 2021, COVID-19 vaccines prevented about they say this so matter-of-factly, it prevented about 1.1 million deaths and 10.3 million hospitalizations in the United States, according to estimates by the Healthcare Foundation, the Commonwealth Fund. It's a fund.
Okay. Yeah, right. It's a big hedge fund that uses its money for manipulative purposes.
Yeah,
and they made some estimates. Yeah. Great estimates. That's real science for you.
Even without counting the continued impact of the Omicron variant in 2022, it's a stunning effect that presents a different side to the story of the pandemic. COVID-19 has taken a terrible toll, as the graph of daily COVID-19 deaths show in blue, but what estimates of the potential death toll in red suggests that vaccines averted a catastrophe. So let me zoom out here. So first they show the U.S. COVID-19 deaths with and without vaccines. The blue line is with vaccines. And, there's a little bump there from December 2020 into March 2021, during that first wave. And then it goes down through July, and then it goes back up. Not as much, but, September, October, I think that was was that the Omicron scare, or was that Delta? I don't remember.
What year?
2021, last year. So like 5-6 months ago.
End of 2020.
So it's Omicron.
That was Delta.
Oh, Delta was the end.
End of 21 was Delta.
Okay, so there you go, the Delta deaths. But okay, so that's the red one. You see it down there. For those of you watching, there's a few bumps there. But if you compare the actual death toll to an estimate of the lives that would have been lost without vaccines, the losses are put into a new perspective. And so you have a red line here.
Oh, big, huge, scary. I mean, it's almost comical.
Well, let me explain how this
gigantic.
Looks. So the first wave, when the vaccines first came out, right? So you can't really judge too much. The red line and the blue line are together from the December to March kind of wave, 2020 to 2021. The red line and the blue line are right on top of each other. But as the year goes on, they're saying, more and more people were saved. And then the spike of Delta at the end of the year, the number of deaths prevented, the red line goes parabolic, and it just looks ridiculous. It looks insane. Like a giant.
It's like 10 times higher than the highest point on the graph.
I wanted to go in. I'm like, okay. They admitted in here that it's some kind of simulation or whatever, but let me just dig in a little further. Let me see where the source is.
They said it was an estimate.
It was an estimate. Okay, so not even a simulation or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I went to the Commonwealth Fund website here, and it has the article, The U.S. COVID-19 Vaccination Program at 1 year, How Many Deaths and Hospitalizations Were Averted? And it goes through some of the highlights and, as you say, Basil, meow, 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 the summary. But there's a segment here at the very bottom that says how we conducted the study. And it's a lot of technical jargon here from different data sets and, different models that they took stuff from. It says the model parameters included population demographics of the U.S., empirically determined contact network accounting for pandemic mobility patterns. I don't even know what kind of database they're tapping into there. But at the very bottom here, vaccine efficacies against infection and symptomatic and severe disease for different vaccine types for each variant and by time since vaccination were drawn from published estimates. The model was calibrated to reported national incidence data between October 1st, 2020 and November 30th, 2021, and validated with infection, hospitalization, and death trends during the same period. So that's kind of the raw data they were extracting stuff from. And then the researchers evaluated the impact of vaccine rollout by simulating the pandemic trajectory under the counterfactual scenario of no vaccination program. It's an interesting way to put that.
Yeah, I almost didn't fully follow it.
Okay.
Will you read it one more time?
The researchers evaluated the impact of vaccine rollout by simulating the pandemic trajectory under the counterfactual scenario of no vaccine program. So they basically took the trajectory.
Yeah.
And they said, well, if we didn't have a vaccine, what would happen with these, given the statistics of the data that was collected up until that point? The simulated outcomes of total infections, hospitalizations, and deaths were compared to the fitted model, reflecting the actual pandemic in the U.S. and vaccinations that occurred between December 12th, 2020 and November 30th, 2021. So yeah, looking at the comparisons to what actually happened. But they admit here that it's this entire giant red spike is a counterfactual scenario. So Vox, this proof that the vaccine worked, is based on a counterfactually generated graph.
Yeah, it's computer modeling.
A computer model.
It's just
anybody can punch numbers into.
Yeah, you can put in whatever you want. You can set your own limits and data and things like that. And of course, they want to just use the data that they have. But that, that's rife with possibility for manipulation. And so this is a simulation, a computer model of, and remember, these are the same types of computer models that said all the icebergs were going to be melted by 2013, that the Earth was going to be unlivable by 2020, that these are what we get with computer models. And so, yeah, especially you look at you just got to look at the graph, and anybody who has just a drop of reason floating around in their brain can see that it's just made to scare you. Like, for those who are not watching and you're just listening, the highest point on the graph during the end of the 2020 pandemic. Oh no, this was the Delta. So they show the Omicron. They show the beginning of 2021.
Alpha. Yeah, they show Alpha first, and then they show
and it's
kind of
a
the
big
Delta
bump, and then it drops all the way back down to down towards the bottom. And then in August of 2021, they claim if there are no vaccines, it goes literally
parabolic. People just dying.
It's so big.
The China video, people falling over in the streets.
Yeah,
face first.
It explodes this graph. And, that's kind of the thing with data analysis or just being sort of, literate in looking at data. One of the things, which is just basic statistics, is, if something is way out of the average, way abnormal, you usually just don't even use that data.
You assume that there's an error in the data set or somewhere.
Useless data. Yeah, what do they call those? I forgot the word for it. There's a special word for it, that if the data is way, way too much or too little, you just throw the data away. You have to assume it's bad. Well, not in this one, because this is proof that the vaccinations saved us all.
Right. Well, it's for those just listening, the alpha bump was about not even 1.5 deaths per 100,000 people. But the spike that allegedly would have been without a vaccine is up to 6 deaths per 100,000.
Yeah, so it's 6 times.
6 times more, yeah.
Thank you, Krillina, on Twitch. Outliers. Outliers is the term. Yeah, you throw away the outliers.
So there you go. Vox.
Yeah, that's great. Talk about science communication. There's this whole industry of science communicators who they're so important because they communicate the difficult science to the idiots. And Vox trying to be a science communicator here again, which is not surprising, just totally normal nowadays, using completely unscientific material.
Yep.
Speaking of which, one more story here before we zip off into a break. This is coming from MedScape, which is, what is this, a journal?
It's supposed to be, yep. This is the actual, yep.
Yeah, MedScape Medical News. The headline is, Hong Kong, U.S., Israeli data illuminate COVID vaccine myocarditis. why some COVID-19 vaccines seem occasionally to cause a distinctive form of myocarditis, and why adolescent boys and young men appear most vulnerable remain a mystery. But the whoa. They're calling myocarditis an entity.
Keep reading. This is really fascinating to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the entity's prevalence, nuances of presentation, and likely clinical course have come into sharper view after additions to the literature this week. 2 new publications all but confirm that the rare cases of myocarditis closely following vaccination against SARS-CoV-2, primarily with one of the mRNA-based vaccines from Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna, is a clinically different creature from myocarditis physicians were likely to see before the pandemic.
They call it a creature in a scientific paper. It's kind of like, okay.
Brand new. Not only is COVID a brand new disease, allegedly.
Yeah.
But the myocarditis from the vaccine is a brand new myocarditis. A third report unveils rates of hospitalization for myocarditis linked to Pfizer-BioNTech vaccination in the 12 to 15 age group based on active surveillance across Israel. Of note, the rates were lower than corresponding numbers among the country's 16 to 19-year-olds, published in late 2021 by the same authors. No link with CoronaVac.
Yeah, this gets into Hong Kong, and it's more towing the line of there's no true connection seemingly between some of the stuff. Yeah. So we don't necessarily have to get into that part of it, but
yeah. It sounds like it's also trying to defend the Chinese vaccine versus the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines.
Yeah. But the interesting part is that, anytime you see, and I get it now, it's more of an issue in terms of credibility and stuff like that with scientific journals. Is it a peer-reviewed thing or is it pre-published or whatever? But to see that the myocarditis issue is for sure a thing connected to Pfizer, BioNTech, or Moderna is interesting to see, at least in my view. And for them to talk about it in terms of an entity and a creature, and it's like why are they being so colorful with their language? It's unusual to read in science papers, but there you go. I mean, this thing goes on forever. There's like 4 other pages or something. But,
well, it's interesting. And remember, we do encourage everybody to look at all these studies and reports themselves. We send out all of our sources that we use here on the show every single week directly to your inbox. All you got to do is sign up for the newsletter and you'll get those automatically delivered. You can sign up for the newsletter by going to CanaryCry.Party, which you'll learn about more in a second. And it's like the third or fourth option down is, get all of our sources in your email. Click on that, sign up to the newsletter. And these are the types of things you should be reading thoroughly on your own. Our 4-hour podcast would be 10 hours if we read through all of them on the air. But this is a place to get resources to continue, keeping abreast of the situation.
Yep.
And with that,
sorry, cut you off. Go to CanaryCry.Party.
Party time.
Find the live stream, email list, street team posters, connect with other Canarians, become a supply drop producer, and learn all the many ways you can help produce the show.
Welcome to CanaryCry.Party. It's the place you wanna be. So stay. Welcome to CanaryCry. Gameplay, CanaryCry.Party.
Nailed it, Gonzo.
I'm on fire.
On fire. That was it, man. You stuck the landing. Wow, this is a big day. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I think I got the text down, just consolidated words. Got rid
Nailed
of stuff.
it.
And
wow,
there you go.
I'm very proud of you. Okay, let's take a break.
Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. I got so excited. I got lost track of what I'm doing. I forget that we're supposed to go right into break.
It's break time.
Yeah, no, I was happy to take the moment to we're working on celebrating small victories around here, and we needed to celebrate that one. Great job, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, and on that note, we're going to, well, speaking of celebrating small victories, we're going to take a second and thank some producers. That's right, I said producers. And that's because here at Canary Cry News Talk, we take no advertising dollars, no affiliate codes, no super secret mail enhancement supplements, no paywalls, no premium memberships. Nah, none of that, folks. The show is free and always will be free. And how in the world are we able to do this 3 times a week? Well, it's through the participation of our producers. That's right. I said producers. Producers are people. They're just listeners, just like you folks who listen to the show on a regular basis. Who knows how long they've been listening? And they recognize that the only way to continue receiving the value in their lives from the show is to participate in the value for value model. The value for value model is easy. It's simple. It's easy and simple. How much better could it be? It goes like this. We create value. We do it 3 times a week, and we try our very hardest at it. And if you get any value out of what we do, not just here on the show, but also with the resources we provide, with the newsletter, or the art resources, or the community that we've built, whether it's just sort of generically, or with our social media network, CanaryCry.Community, or the Discord channel, or whatever it is. If you get any value out of what we do, you have an opportunity and or a responsibility to put some value back in. And I say responsibility because it truly is a form of taking responsibility for your own media future. It's a form of self-reliance. And as a sort of, a proud American sort of libertarian-leaning person myself, self-reliance is really a virtue for me. And it feels good to participate in the value for value model because you are directly influencing the media that can continue in your life for a long time. Up until recently, the media you receive is strictly decided pretty much by advertisers. You think the elites, you think, politicians, you think corporations, things like that. But really it boils down to the advertisers because without the value for value model, media properties rely on advertising primarily, affiliate codes, which are just a different way of saying advertising, and different things like that. And the advertising industry, as you know, dear listener, is one of the biggest, darkest fogs that has laid itself down on the minds of men, collecting their data, invading their privacy, learning everything it can about them, making that into a sort of cybernetic computer golem-esque model of them somewhere in some, advertising HQ, and figuring out the exact psychological triggers that it takes to manipulate you, sometimes on an individual basis, to spend money you don't want to spend on things you don't want or need, under the illusion and the lie that if only you spent a little bit of more money on this Googa or doodad, you could find happiness and fulfillment in this life. It's a lie, and it's been perpetrated for many decades in this country. And until recently, it was the primary master of all media properties. Indeed, even now, it's easier than ever to get advertisers to support a show like ours, especially with a listener base like ours. But the idea of becoming tools of some big corporate entity and selling off the attention and trust of our listeners like you just is not an option. It's just not an option. We couldn't live with ourselves, really. I don't know. We could probably live with ourselves. We'd have like a nice yacht and stuff, but it would just feel bad. We would feel like we are taking the wrong side of history.
We can podcast from a boat.
And we can podcast from a boat. We could, if we sold advertising. But it's just wrong. So we don't do that. We're on the value for value model, which, again, gives you the power in your own life to keep media going that you appreciate and not leaving it up to advertisers. So the listeners who do that are called producers because that's what they are. They produce this piece of media, and without them, it would simply stop being produced. I don't say it very often, but the truth is implicit that we'll know when it's time to stop doing the show and get jobs, Gonz, because producers will stop producing and we'll know that we have ceased providing value.
Yep.
And that's, sounds brutal, and, I hope everybody takes that the right way, which is, yeah, if we stop creating value, we shouldn't be doing this. And the producers will be the ones to tell us if that's the case.
You mean some central agency is not going to bail us out by
right, exactly,
printing us all kinds of money and just giving it to us on a loan? We're just borrowing
and keeping us going simply because we bring value to some sort of propaganda network that
we'll pay them back, or our children, or our children's children,
something.
Yeah.
No, not here, folks. It's the value for value model, and that's why we thank producers. And there's a few ways to become a producer if you would like to consider it. One of them is to head to patreon.com/ccnt. The better way is to head to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. Jingle was like, hurry up, Basil.
I know. I was going to say it's like the opposite problem. It's no longer a jingle lag. It's the jingles are too excited to play fast now.
Yeah.
There's a time traveling jingle. Yes. So over at CanaryCry.Radio.com/support, you can support the show in all sorts of ways. If you're a cryptocurrency person, you can support the show in your cryptocurrency. You'll find all of our public wallets there. If you want to support the show on a monthly basis, like a nice set it and forget it, a commitment to putting value back into the system, you can do that. But if commitment is not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount. Gonz, who do we have to thank today?
We're going to start off by thanking the executive producer for episode 439, and that is Sir Aaron J., Knight of the Cute Little Piggies.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Sir Aaron J., Knight of the Cute Little Piggies, is on a streak. And not only is he on a streak, but he is once again on a executive producer streak, which he does every so often, and it's very fun. So thank you.
Where'd you find this?
That's right, our executive producer, Sir Aaron J., Knight of the Cute Little Piggies. If you're wondering, if you're new to the show and you don't know why he has such a long strange name, it's because he's a member of the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, which is a special group of producers who, over the years or all at once, have produced the show in the amount of $1,000 or more. And there you go. Thank you very much, Sir Aaron. The number I have in here is the incorrect number of his producership.
Okay.
So I'm pulling up the correct one right now.
Should I read his note?
If you could change it, that'd be great. Now, Sir Aaron came in for $133, which makes him Illuminatus. And yes, Sir Aaron is our Canary Cry esports athlete. So he's level 133 now in his Fortnite, in this Fortnite league, or not league, but season. And he sends a note here that says, "Hey lads, can I have a Santa health workers and 2 cheerful random jingles if possible?" Can you do that, Gonz?
Santa health workers? You mean Satan federal health workers?
Satan federal health officials.
Yes, officials. Satan health officials.
Satan federal health officials.
You do not know what you are talking about.
Aliens.
I don't know if those were happy and
no. But here's
joyous.
the thing. Here's the problem. I see the note. I say, cheerful jingles if possible, and I'm looking, going, do we have any cheerful? Okay, hold on. What about?
We got all sorts of cheerful jingles.
No, that one's not too cheerful. There's not that many cheerful ones, to be honest. We got this
short canary.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
We got the amen. That's about as cheerful as it gets.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cheerful. There you go. Hope that was cheerful enough, Aaron. If not, we can get you back next time. But thank you very much for being on a streak, and also the elusive executive producer streak.
Yep. Did we already play that?
I don't remember. Play it again.
I started playing it. I know I had to stop it at one point, but okay, here we go.
Where'd you find this?
People listening are like, wow, these guys can't remember what happened like 20 seconds ago. And yeah, when you're doing like 5 different things at once, that tends to happen.
It takes we couldn't do the show if we didn't have the goldfish memory span.
It's true, especially when people say mean things.
Are there more mean people? Is there mean people?
I'm just saying
Tell
in
me,
general.
who's being mean to you? I'll ban him. I'll ban him from the chat. I ain't scared anymore.
No, it's usually comments. But anyway, beside the point. Let's move on. Thank you very much, Sir Aaron J. Knight of the Cute Little Piggies. Sorry, little ones.
They're little tiny
not
piggies.
Just regular pigs. They're not cute enough, I guess. Supply drop.
Supply drop.
That's right. It's this Canary Cry supply drop, folks. It's our 2022 producer thank you campaign that we are very excited about, and apparently so are the producers very excited about. It's if you haven't heard about it, for many, many years we've been asked to make merchandise and make these sorts of things available. We've tried in some very pitiful attempts to do so. A big part of that is because our product is the show. Once you get caught up in trying to maintain inventory and make investments into manufacturing and, make choices based on what will have the best return on investment, it's like this whole business model that really, more than anything, there's a lot of problems with it, but more than anything, it takes away a lot of attention from our primary product, which is the show. And we just never wanted to take away from that. But of course, the Canary Cry culture has reached a feverish pitch that physical items, we understand now, after truly listening, are just fun and important sort of shows of value. Like it feels good to have stickers and buttons and hats and things like this to represent your favorite podcast, especially if you're a producer who gets really involved and is really committed to keeping the show going. So instead of doing traditional merch, we have the Canary Cry supply drop, which if you are a monthly producer of Canary Cry for $33.33 or more a month, you are enrolled into the Canary Cry supply drop, in which case every quarter, 4 times a year, we'll be sending out a fun supply drop. Yes, a package filled with cool items designed by producers and artists of the show, made in America with a very tightly controlled supply chain that our wonderful producers have put together. And they're items that are not just your normal logo on a mug or logo on a t-shirt, but chock-a-block full of, inside jokes, slogans from the show, custom art made for these things is really, really cool. And so if that's something you're interested in, you should become a member over at CanaryCry.Supplydrop.com. And you can read more about it there and sign up for a monthly amount of $33.33. I always forget to mention important stuff about this, but I'm not sure. That's the thing about forgetting. You don't even know what you forget.
It's okay. Don't force it. Let's just thank some people.
I won't force it.
You.
I will thank some people, but I will say we are working on some really cool. We've got a nice little group of producers working on a very special augmented reality game in the old definition, not an actual video game.
Yeah, you call me the boomer. Luke is leading the charge on some old school stuff.
ARG, man. So we're doing an old school ARG game that will connect with the show, connect with all sorts of stuff. You're going to love it. That'll be included in the supply drop, hopefully this first quarter. But, Here we go. Let's thank some people. Some new supply droppers, starting with a new supply drop producer, Anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous, coming in with the 3s. Next, we have producer Jeffrey W. coming in with the 3s and fees. Yes. Next, we have producer Emily L. Thank you very much.
Emily.
The 3s and the fees. Last but not least, we got producer Miss G Beauty signing
Miss
up.
G Beauty.
I love seeing new people sign up for the supply drop, and I also love seeing people who've been supporting the show for years,
longtime producers, in various ways, not just the treasure, but
exactly
time and talent.
It's a fun little group, and yes, we are attempting to get 100 new signups by March 1st for the Canary Cry supply drop. And that's not just sort of like a random number we decided. When it comes to manufacturing these things, we do them all in small batch, made in America, a lot of times made by producers of the show. And when we can start ordering them in bulk rather than, under 100 individual pieces, it means we get discounts, which means we can spend more money and make, cooler items. And it's the value for value system, the supply drop there. So not only by signing up to the supply drop are you supporting the show, not only are you receiving value 4 times a year, but you're also creating more value for the other supply drop producers. And that's really the family. This the family way that this works. All right. There you go. Thank you. Let's get out of the supply drop zone here.
Sure.
Waiting for supply drop.
Supply drop zone. Whoa.
But by the way, we did receive a package from Denmark.
Oh, yeah.
From Martin. I think that's how you say his name.
Oh, it's producer Martins.
But I haven't been able to organize all of the various elements that came in, and the box was really beat up. I mean, that box, man. There was a note in there that said this is an experiment to see how much of it makes it to the United States. Yeah, and I can see why it looks like it's been through some stuff. Like it's got a story.
The box was like destroyed.
It's completely falling apart, and it's so funny because I went to the post office to go grab it. And, went to the box and, it was too big for the box. So they have that little card in there. You got to take it to the front. By the way, I'm the only person not wearing a mask in the entire building. It's all busy. So I felt like everyone was staring at me. I'm like, and then I walk out with this rickety box from Denmark. Like, who is this guy?
Chock-a-block full of material. You sent me some photos. You're not joking. You do need to actually go through and figure out what's in there.
I think he printed the entire future strategic issue, future warfare document in like a ring binder, So I thought maybe we can incorporate something. Read a page. It's like a PowerPoint, so we can read a page off of NASA's 2025 agenda, like 1 page an episode or something. When they bring up NASA. But anyway, we'll go through all that in a future episode. But for now, let's just keep thanking producers who came in. And we'll start things off with Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes.
Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes, thank you very much for supporting the show. You come in with 8613 and a note that says 8333 plus fees. Ooh, Illuminatus. Says, thank you guys for your work. I never liked, quote, obvious humor or, quote, canned laughter. So the way you two bring the news events is so refreshing and with subtle delivery of non-scripted laughter. Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes, shalom.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what a nice thing to say. Appreciate it, Dame Lynn. Thank you very much for your continued support of the show.
Yep. Next up, we have Sir Egorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs.
There he is, Sir Egorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs, coming in with $82 and a note that says, "Hey there, got a prayer request. My wife, yes."
Producers, assemble!
There we go. Yes, producers around the world are perking up and listening to the show here, getting ready to scribble down the prayer request or just jump right into action. The note continues. My wife and I and our little 1-year-old girl got a pretty ugly case of the Rona. Kid seems to be recovering a lot quicker than we are. Thank you all. Blessings. Well, we're very sorry to hear that, Sir Egorius. And yes, we will be praying, and the producers all around the world will be praying for Sir Egorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs, wife and 1-year-old girl, another Canary Cry baby. Yeah, well, certainly. Hopefully you guys are feeling a little better today. As I hear with the Omicron, it's a day-by-day thing. You get a little bit better, but certainly not fun.
Yeah. Hopefully you guys get better soon. But thank you very much for coming in today, Sir Egorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs.
We're praying for you.
Yep. Next up, we have Palmer B.
Palmer B is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Yes, women rule. Thank you very much, Palmer B, for supporting the show for 16 episodes in a row. Palmer B came in with the 33 plus fees today.
Illuminatus!
Thank you, Palmer B. And Palmer B says, did we? Yeah, okay. Meow, 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 my dudes. That's very funny. Insert meowing cat ISO here.
Oh, that was...
You got this, bro. It's all you.
Oh, no, I didn't get the parentheses note. Okay, yeah, read it one more time.
I'll start over. Yeah,
okay.
Here we go. Oh, thank you, Palmer B, for this note that I'm reading for the very first time. It goes like this. Meow, 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 my dudes. The description of eating the saltine crackers was one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm still recovering from the slew of darts and arrows the enemy has sent upon me in my life for being vulnerable with the dear listeners about loving saltine crackers and milk.
I was going to ask my wife about that. I forgot to do it. I'll ask her tonight.
Ask her if you mean because she's white, Gonz?
Yes.
You can't just ask every white person if they like saltines and crackers. I'm telling you.
Well, no, saltine and milk specifically.
Yes, saltine and milk. We're buddies, Gonz. We can play around with each other like that. But you can't just go around asking white people if they like saltines and milk.
Well, it's the wife, so there's not too much baggage there.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Palmer B. And yes, we'll consider the saltine munching episode for our 10th anniversary.
Oh, great! You doing the saltine crackers and milk on air would allow me to finish a thought or two.
My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Yeah, it would probably make the show better. Yeah, a lot of people complain that I talk too much. So imagine that.
You talk too much in a talk show?
Imagine that. A professional podcaster who has to bill 4 hours 3 times a week talks too much.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Palmer B. Moving on here, we have Julie S.
Julie S., thank you very much for your producership. Came in a nice round number. And for those producers out there or potential producers, it's good to know that when you come in with a nice round number, that signals to us that you don't want us to read the amount on the air. Yep. If you want us to read the amount, which is we do most often, it's because people, put a little numerical signal. The easiest example is putting 33 cents in there, but you can get creative on your own.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Julie S. I believe Julie S. is actually signed up for the supply drop. So
all right,
she's coming in again to support. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Next up, we have Child of God.
Child of God. Thank you very much. Child of God is on a streak. Also came in with a nice round number. 43. Nope, this is actually supposed to be 44. 44 episodes in a row. Thank you very much, Child of God.
Thank you, Child of God. Next up, we have Morv.
Morv is on a streak. Morv has been supporting the show for 48 episodes in a row. Comes in with the 1111. 11. And there's a note here that reads, Happy Friday, brothers. Another week is in the books, which means we are 1 week closer to Christ's return. Hope everyone has a great weekend and a restful Sabbath day. Thank you very much, Morv. I will attempt to have a restful Sabbath day as is commanded.
Amen.
Yeah, it is 1 week closer, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Unless, because only God knows the day or the hour. Unless he moves it,
I mean, who knows? It might be a moving target. We really don't know.
I really think it could be, but yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. You're right. It is 1 week closer, but
it's unless he moved it out 2 weeks just for
Morv
planning. For Morv.
Gotcha, Morv. All right. Thank you very much, Morv. Next up, we have Beth.
Yes, Beth C is coming in. Let me do a double check. She came in right at the last second before the show started. So I was trying my best to get her in there, and I did it. And I have a note here. This is for Beth C. She comes in with 15. What is the number? 1576. Okay. 1576. I'm trying to see if there's a special something on this number. Well, we have a note here. We got an email. And it goes like this. Greetings, Basil and Gonz. I am officially demooched. Thank you very much, Beth. We are happy to demooch you. Congratulations. And for those who don't know, demooching is a fun little thing you can request the first time you produce the show. The note goes on. It's an honor to support you guys. I've been blessed by your ministry. Could you please call on the producers, Gonz?
Producers, assemble!
Okay, producers, listen up, because this is a big one. The Malays, a missionary family in West Africa, are losing their oldest daughter, 14, to cancer, probably very soon. They had traveled to the States for treatment a couple years ago, but ended up returning to the mission field when they knew their time left with her would probably be limited. They chose to continue to serve God in the midst of a very difficult time. Holy smokes. Much thanks, Beth C. Well, thank you very much, Beth C., for your producership and bringing this to our attention. Yeah, wow, what a story. The Malays. Oh, I wonder if we Google them, if they would pop up. But there you go, producers around the world. That is, this is the next charge here, praying for the Malay family. Very difficult situation and a very, incredible response to a bad situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll definitely keep them in our prayers. Thank you very much, Beth.
Thank you, Beth.
And again, congrats for the demooching.
Yep. Thank you for that. Next up, we have Barb.
Barb coming in with 1111 plus fees. Thank you very much, Barb. Got a note here. Barb here calling all producers. Oh my gosh, producers.
Producers, assemble!
My girlfriend Courtney, who is new to the show and attended the South Carolina meetup. Oh, okay. So Courtney's father is in the hospital. Please join us in prayer for Christ's healing and peace. Yes, definitely. It's interesting. This is kind of how it happens sometimes, Gonz. We haven't had a producer call out.
I was going to say, it comes in waves. It's very
for at least a week, and then it all came at once here. So definitely producers, put Courtney's father, who's in the hospital, put him on the list and pray both for his recovery and just for strength and peace for the whole family.
100%. Amen.
So thank you, Barb. And also thank you, Courtney, for going to the meetup.
Yep. Yeah, it's good to see both there. Next up, we have Michael R.
Michael R. coming in with 1066 plus fees, and I did not see a note.
Okay. Thank you very much, Michael R. Next up, we have JC.
JC, JC's on a streak. 64 episodes in a row. He comes in with the 1001.
1001. Amen.
And a note, it's Friday,
It's Friday. It's Friday.
Oh, man.
It's Friday.
Are you okay? What's the problem? Yeah, no, I understand. Well, there you go. We can keep playing with the Friday thing. We can keep playing with it. Why are you grunting?
It's a 20-second jingle. I'm going to stretch.
Oh, it is. Okay. Did you know we could hear you grunting like a Papa Bear who was waking up from his winter hibernation?
Yeah, I forgot I had the mute button. I'll hit the mute button next time. I'll let out a growl. Just a reset growl there. Okay, go ahead.
JC's note continues. Hope you both have an excellent weekend. How do you both like your coffee?
Ice cold. Ice cold, no sugar. Black.
If you answer black, you have to tell me what kind of roast you like. Basil likes his with a side of saltines, probably. Oof.
Roast? What kind of roast? I haven't gotten that far into it.
Don't tempt me with a good time, JC.
Yeah, what do you do?
I do black iced, and I don't have a favorite, like, I don't know, fancy roast or anything, but I go for the medium roasts.
I think mine was the ones that I've been drinking. It's a really strong concentrate that I get. And it's like a local brew. It's a cold brew concentrate. It's a local brand. I forget. But it says high concentrate, so I don't know what that means.
Oh no, I've had those cold brew concentrates.
Oh,
they are
so good. Oh,
they are. They're aggressive.
I love it. I love it. I need it.
Yeah, I'm not too picky with coffee. I'm so not picky that I will offend all coffee, like cool coffee drinkers right now. I have one of those Keurigs, the pod coffees, because I'm lazy. And I do get, for you eco warriors out there, I do get compostable.
Look at you.
K-cup thingy.
Wow.
So it's not the normal plastic. It's these weird mesh balls. And there is I get these variety packs because they're cheap. And I buy in bulk because it is also cheap. And it comes with like 10 different roasts that this brand gets. And my favorite one in there is called Fog Chaser.
Does it get rid of your foggy mind?
Yes, exactly. So I wake up, I'm feeling foggy. I pop one of these little things in the Keurig. It pumps out. I just pour it right over ice. Usually it's not enough ice, so it's not even cold. It's like lukewarm, and then I just chug it. And that's my morning routine. I understand that this may offend some cool kids, and I know I'm not cool. I'm not a cool coffee kid. It's medicine at this point.
It's just a necessary part of your ability to get through the day.
Yeah, it's just like a medication I have to take every day to stay alive. But thank you for the question, JC.
Yep, thank you, JC.
And I have not tried saltines with the coffee, but that's the thing about saltines; they go good with everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, apparently. Okay, thank you, JC. Next up, we have Heather Sir Russ.
Heather Sir Russ is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
52 episodes in a row, getting close to that banjo jingle at 60. And Heather Sir Russ comes in with the 1001.
1001. Amen.
Happy Friday, fellas. Can we get a jingle mix? Much love. Sir Russ, East Side, time traveling jingles.
Sorry, I was ready to go. Okay, jingle mix.
They've been creating animal-human hybrids for decades.
Son of a bee sting.
Can't deal with it right now, Basil.
Can't deal. I forgot about that one. Thank you very much, Heather Sir Russ. East Side.
East Side. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Sir Scott, the Knight of Truth.
He is here, and he is a sir, and he is on a streak.
Yeah!
Quicker.
Oh, yeah!
Man, thank you so much.
101 episodes in a row, Sir Scott. Thank you very much.
Wow.
No note.
Comes in with 1001.
1001. Amen.
Come on.
I thought I already said that.
Oh,
somehow I thought I did. But
maybe you did. Maybe. Oh, I don't know.
I think you're right. I think I just got confused.
Well, now I'm confused. I'm like, was my brain failing so much that you said it and I didn't hear it? Which is entirely possible at this point. Okay. One more before the cutoff here. Gail M.
Gail M is on a streak.
Oh, hold on. I always play the wrong one. This one.
76 episodes in a row. Gail M comes in with 799. And a note. Hello, my sweets. I'd like to ask producers to pray for me as I battle with my emotions. The grief is so overwhelming at times. It got so cold last night. I wanted to put a blanket over his grave. Talking about her recently passed brother, Rob. I miss my brother so much. Thank you. XXXXX. Oh. Yes, we'll definitely call the producers. Listen up, producers. Pray-ducers.
Pray-ducers, assemble!
That's right. We're all going to keep a lovely Gail M in our prayers. As you know, it's interesting because for us, we were apprised of the whole situation with Rob as it was happening. And this was maybe a couple months ago. And for us, it's been a couple months. But when it's your person, a lot of times the grief it can come on just as strong as it was the first day that it happened. So we understand, Gail M, and we're certainly praying for peace and comfort for you.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry to hear about that. Just as a kind of a backroom thing, I think Gail is on 77 for the streak. So 76.
Yeah,
here.
you're right. It is 77.
Okay, just wanted to update that.
It seems like we should have a jingle for 77.
We should definitely have one, but do we? Hold on, let me just take it. Oh, we do. She's perfection.
Perfection. There you go, Galen. Thank you very much.
It's maybe the state of your brother there.
This concludes the financial producers that came in the amount of 777 or more, which entitles them to have a note read on the show. But we got a few more to thank here who came in under that cutoff, starting with Sir Casey the Shield Knight, who's on a streak.
Oh, a big streak.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, who has been supporting the show for 111 episodes in a row.
111.
Yeah. We have a 111 streak jingle.
We do?
Yes.
Where?
I don't know. On your computer over there somewhere.
You didn't tell me.
Well,
Hold on.
Thought you knew. We've been waiting for this. Okay, hold on. Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Sir Casey the Shield Knight supporting the show for 111 episodes in a row. Triple ones. Triple ones. Thank you very much, Sir Casey. Also came in with triple threes. Next up, we have the other streak sister. That is Veronica D on a streak.
Thank you, Veronica D.
And also 77 episodes in a row, which means she has reached perfection. Thank you very much. Perfection. Next up, we got Doctor Who Done Dat with some threes and fees and on a 48 episode streak.
Thank you, Doctor Who Done Dat.
Next up, we've got Jackie Yu coming in with the threes and fees and on an 18 episode streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Which means Jackie Yu has gone supernova, baby.
Charlie, November Tango. You are approaching supernova. Repeat, you are approaching supernova.
Next, we've got Child of God with the threes and fees on a 44 episode streak.
Child of God came in twice, huh?
Yes, he did. There has been, over the past couple episodes, just kind of an interruption in some streaks. So no, I'm thinking about somebody else. Yes, Child of God came in twice. One with the threes and one with 20.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. Next up, we have, last but not least, we have Amanda P. on a 35-episode streak, Threes and Fees.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Yeehaw. There we go. Okay, that concludes all of our financial producers for the show. There's other ways to produce the show, such as with your time and your talent. We'll be thanking them later on in the second break. But let's thank them for their patronage.
Shut up and take my money. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage.
Okie dokie. We're going to be trying out a short segment here before we pull out of the break. And this is related to the fact that you, dear listener, can now leave us an audio message over there at CanaryCry.com. It's very easy. Doesn't matter what kind of device you're on. Every device will do it. You just head to CanaryCry.com, hit the green tab that you will see on the right-hand side of the page. It says leave us an audio message. Click on that and you just leave a message right there. You just hit the button. You get 90 seconds to say whatever you want.
Sorry. Stop. Why is it playing ahead of its... It wants the story to happen. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Certain suggestions include saying hi to listeners and thanking producers, or just saying think outside the cage. But there's a nice, a handful, more than a handful, people who left us messages since last episode. And what we're going to be doing, I'm archiving all of them. So if you don't hear your message on this episode, don't worry. It may show up in a future episode. But I found that these messages took many forms. Some people were just saying, thank you, love the show. Some people were asking us questions. Some people were making suggestions or something like that, kind of like Gerry, suggestions or requests. So there's all sorts of different forms these messages have taken, which is great because that means we can do all sorts of fun stuff with it during the show. So just a quick plug, head on over to Canary Cry News Talk, leave us a message, and keep in mind, by leaving a message, you are giving us permission to play it on the air, and maybe we will. And I wanted to play a couple here now. So, I will say this also. For those who have not heard their own voice played back to them very often, this took us many years, Gonz and I, to get used to. But hearing your own voice played back to you can seriously, it's funny, but it is serious, can be a traumatic experience.
It could be, yep.
It can be a very traumatic, it's weird, it's unnatural. Us humans are not meant to hear our own voices. It takes a long time to get used to. We really only got used to it in the past 3 years, maybe.
I was pretty used to it from doing all the Facelikethesun stuff. But yeah.
Sure. And so there you go. So just a word to those who we play their message. We understand if it feels weird to hear your voice, but just know everybody else doesn't feel weird. It's just you. And you're bringing a lot of value to the show. So with that, I want to thank Shiloh for his message. Why don't you play that?
Hey, Canary Cry. I've been listening for years, but I don't ever think I heard of how Basil got his name, or Gonz got his name. Where did that come from? Anyway, love your show. So much information. It's great. I don't listen to mainstream media anymore. Listen to shows like this. Awesome. God bless y'all. Peace.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Shiloh.
Yeah, God bless you, Shiloh. And yeah, this is a fun question. We get asked pretty often, and we've explained this on the show a couple of times, but not recently. So we will do that now. Basil was a name originally that was given to me in my college years. And it was mainly because I had a haircut that reminded somebody of Austin Powers' dad.
Wow, what a really specific reference.
I mean, it's so specific. It's hilarious. Yeah, I had a funny, a long haircut thing. And I don't think it looked like Austin Powers' dad, but it looked like Austin Powers' dad to this kid. And it was a name that stuck for a long time, Basil. And so, yes, since we started this show when I was 23 years old, that name was sort of still floating around. And so I used it for the show to not have my real name floating out amongst the internets for safety reasons. So, yes, that's where Basil came from. Gonz, where did the name Gonz come from?
Well, it was a rainy day on January 22nd, 1983. It was a Saturday.
Oh.
And I emerged into the world, and the doctors asked my parents, what shall you name this child? And they said, Gonzo. And they said, how do you spell that? They said, we don't know. I don't know English. And so instead of Ganzo, which phonetically, technically, it's supposed to be Ganzo based on the Japanese translation of my name.
The Japanese spelling would be Ganzo.
Yeah, but in on my birth certificate was Gonzo, Gonzo, because Muppet Baby, 1983, real popular. So went with that, and then you and I were having a discussion about, hey, what are we going to, name ourselves for the podcast back in 2012 when we were coming up with this thing, and we're talking at one of the church where we met. And you were saying before the show that you vividly remember me.
I have a picture perfect memory of this conversation. And, I was like, I think I'll go by Basil. Yeah, I think I could work with that. And I was like, what are you going to go by? And you're just like, Gonz. I think I'll go by Gonz. It's like, okay. You mean you're just taking the O off the end of your name? He's like, yeah, I think that'll do it. I'm like, wow, what a master of disguise over here.
You know what it was? And I think we had even talked about it. It was after I had published Age of Deceit.
Yeah.
So, and I put my name as the filmmaker. I was like, yeah, I made the film. So I put my name there. So I was like, well, I put my name out there. People are going to know that it's me. They'll put two and two together, and then they'll be like, well, why is this guy suddenly named Grimwald or whatever?
Right.
Like, I'm Grimwald. It's like, that's not your name.
That would be weird. What if your name was Grimwald? Basil and Grimwald. It sounds like a Brothers Grimm fairy tale.
Do you know what Grimwald means?
Does it mean, no, what does it mean?
Mask ruler.
Oh.
Yeah.
Masked? Like wearing a mask?
I don't know. It's ancient Germanic origin, and it means mask ruler. I don't know if
that's
interesting.
Thing.
Yeah. There you go.
Basil and Grimwald sounds like a story that Germans tell their children to not be naughty, or else they'll be eaten by trolls or something.
Yeah, and then they see me and they go, wait a minute, that's not what I pictured Grimwald to look like.
Yeah, Grimwald. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're definitely going by Basil and Grimwald now. Thank you very much, Shiloh, for the question. Appreciate it. Now, we have just one more fun note here.
Okay.
Or message, I guess. And this one comes from Pop.
Hey, Basil and Gonz. Been listening to you guys for probably 2 years now. Really appreciate the way you break down the news. Make it entertaining, joyful, interesting. Keep it up. You keep me company at work. Bye now.
Bye now. Thank you very much, Pop.
Thanks, Pop.
For sending that in. Yes, it's just nice to hear the voices of listeners telling us that they actually listen.
Real people.
It is weird because from our perspective, it's we see the numbers. We see numbers of people listening, and we see comments or email or something. Very rarely are we hearing people's voices, which is hilarious because they hear our voices all the time.
Right.
So this is fun. I like this. Thank you, Shiloh and Pop, for sending in those audio messages. Again, if you're out there, dear listener, please send us an audio message. You can go to CanaryCry.Newstalk.com and leave us a message. It's the little green tab on the side. Super easy. Works on any device. It's just they've made it really simple. Gonz, before we wake up, on the topic of audio messages, I just did a little poll just an actual simple poll, not like a, I don't know, complicated, funny poll or anything. But I did a poll on the YouTube channel. Says, if you left an audio message for Basil and Gonz, would it be a compliment, a question, a complaint, or a report on a story you care about? 54% said a compliment. Okay.
All right.
This is good news.
It's encouraging.
54%. That means, go leave us a compliment. I'm not going to argue with that. 21% said a report on a story that they care about.
I see.
Okay, I like this. Second place. 19% said question, and 4% said complaint.
It's always the smallest percentage of people that are the loudest and that stick to your brain.
I was going to say,
you read the negative comment and it's like, duh, I'm a horrible podcaster. What am I doing with my life?
Yes,
it's only 4% of the people.
It is 4%. Yes. And I'm assuming at least 1% of the 4% did it as a jest.
I know that didn't translate on a comment board, and you're like, "Oh, I'm a horrible," but
those numbers seem to shake out. So there you go. Those are some fun options for leaving an audio message over there. And with that, I think we're ready to wake on up and get on with the show.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up. This is Grover Ducky. What's your 1020, Uber? Truckin. We got us a convoy, over.
That's right. We're doing it. We're going to talk about some truckers, baby. And on that note, we got a boots on the ground report in our audio messages. So this is our on location field reporter, Amy, bringing us a report.
Hi, Basil and Gonz. This is Amy from Montreal, Canada. Want to give you the heads up about the massive trucker convoy on its way to Ottawa. I was just tweeted out by Elon Musk a couple of hours ago, and last night got coverage on Joe Rogan. So right now, over 50,000 Canadian and thousands more U.S. freedom-fighting truckers have joined a convoy on its way to Ottawa, Canada, for a massive protest against all government mandates at the Canadian Parliament this Saturday, January 29th. Right now, over 717,000 members from all around the world have joined the Convoy to Ottawa 2022 Facebook group in support of freedom from government mandates. Countless supporters are also on their way to Ottawa, with estimates between 500,000 to as many as 1.4 million people. You can take a look at that group for videos capturing footage of the convoy. A GoFundMe account has also raised over $6 million from civilian supporters to help cover the cost of fuel for the truckers. Truckers and supporters are intent on staying in front of Parliament until all the government mandates are lifted, and are calling to follow the lead of other countries who are now reversing restrictions and shifting into endemic stage. So please pray for the safety of the truckers and supporters along the way, for a peaceful protest without any interference, and for a successful outcome to liberate Canada from overreaching government mandates. Thank you so much. Hope you guys can cover this. God bless. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
And God bless you, Amy. And we loved this. We were not expecting reports to come in.
This is like actual 7 o'clock news reporting.
Like field reporting.
Field reporting, like a
Canary
real thing.
Cry field reporters, actual boots on the ground. We appreciated this very, very much, Amy. And without getting too long-winded about it, I want to encourage this type of thing more. This was not in the plan when putting in the audio message feature on the website. But if we start getting legit people who want to, for real report on things on the show, this is true crowdsourced reporting.
Mm-hmm.
And it went a long way to even help us know what to look into for the trucker segment here. And so thank you very much, Amy. We're going to build out some resources to kind of help people do this sort of thing a little bit more. But if you're someone out there who, the type of person who wants to get your voice on the show, you want to bring some information to the Canarians, and you want to, help get the news out there about something, definitely use the voice recording option on the website for that. We would love to do this.
It's something you can put in your resume too, as, hey, I produced a podcast episode and,
field reporter for Canary Cry News Talk.
Yeah.
So go do this. We encourage this very much. We think we're going to put together like just a couple of little things. It'd be cool to have a sign off, like a Canary Cry sign off. Maybe start out with like, this is Amy with Canary Cry News Talk, and then go into the report, and then, sign off at the end in a similar way. But yeah, do what you want to do, folks. And if more of these reports come in, it is a great way, if we are not covering something that you think is important, it's a great way to bring it to our attention and get it on the show. I think this sort of listener generated reporting has a big potential here on the show.
Well, yeah.
Keep in mind, the voice recorder will only go 90 seconds. So you got to limit your reporting to 90 seconds. This is not a meandering thing. I recommend you write something down to really nail it, because we are going to be picky. Keep in mind, we're not just going to throw on every report that comes in.
Yeah.
But if it's a good report, it sounds good, and you nail it, we'd love to put it on the show.
I'm going to make an executive decision and say that if you send in multiple messages, let's say you'd run out of time, and then you send in another one with like, oh, cut off right there, let me in, and keep going. And some people have done that with like 2 or 3 messages, and we appreciate the message, but that's the kind of thing that makes us not want to.
Makes it harder. Makes it harder than it has to be.
Yeah.
So there you go. If you want to do a report, please do so. We will love it. If you nail it, we'll put it on the show. 90 seconds. That is the limit, because then, we'll go into exploring the story after that.
Yeah.
But okay. All right. Let's keep going on our trucker segment here. Why don't you hit that jingle one more time?
Oh, you're doing this. You're doing this to me without my preparation.
You're okay. You're okay.
There you go.
This is Rubber Ducky. What's your 1020, over? Truckin. We got us a convoy, over.
That's right.
Truly,
Okay.
How prophetic is that jingle?
Yeah,
we got ourselves a convoy.
And we've been big fans of our Canary Cry truckers. We've got a bigly amount. We've got a bunch of truckers who love listening to the show for obvious reasons, but also it's very long and comes out often, so it's kind of like on their schedule.
Yeah, it's a good trucker podcast.
It's a great trucker podcast.
Solid 4 hour. You can cover some good mileage.
Yeah, we love our truckers. And so we're happy to follow this story. And a lot of people were getting on our case for not following it earlier. We were following it, just seeing what happened.
Yeah, sometimes it's okay to wait a little bit for a story to develop.
We wanted more news. And today is that news, Gonz, because today is the big day. A little bit of background for everybody. I did put a Yahoo or Reuters article in the notes for you. It's been an updated article, so I'm not going to read it. But the long story short is Justin Trudeau in Canada there, the Prime Minister, a while back. This report is from January 12th. So this story has been developing for many weeks now. But Justin Trudeau put a mandate in place that required all truckers to be fully vaccinated. That includes boosted in order to do their job. And then the Canadian truckers, they pushed back. There was lots of public outcry. There was lots of movement on the part of conservative politicians, as well as grassroots protest movements, including the truckers. And on January 12th, Justin Trudeau came out and changed his mind a bit. And I'll read real quick. Canada will allow unvaccinated Canadian truckers to cross in from the United States, reversing a decision requiring all truckers to be inoculated against the coronavirus, Canada's border agency said on Wednesday. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had faced pressure from the main opposition party and trucking lobby to drop the vaccine mandate for truckers due to come into force on Saturday, saying it would result in driver shortages, disrupt trade, and drive up inflation. And this was a big issue because, the first of all, Canada is a gigantic country geographically.
It's a huge border.
Yeah, huge border, and a fairly fairly sparse population compared to what we're used to in the U.S. And very spread out. So like truckers are literally, I mean, they're the lifeblood of any society. I mean, they keep things moving. We wouldn't have anything without truckers. But especially for Canada, you know, I mean, it's life and death on a pretty regular basis if Canadian truckers are not able to do their jobs. So Justin Trudeau sort of bent a little bit and did not apply this mandate to Canadian truckers who will be allowed to cross the border, but still restricted U.S. and Mexican truck drivers to be vaccinated. Now, this is still a big problem because there's a massive amount of U.S. and Mexican truck drivers who bring goods into Canada and is still bad for the Canadian people. Now, I am going to first say in the U.S., liberal mainstream media coverage of this, oh my gosh, at least up until this morning before the show, was pretty much almost absolutely absent. Couldn't find anything on CNN, nothing on CNBC, nothing on any of these liberal-leaning outlets. And for, you know, we know why. It's just too much. It's too much power to the people. They don't like it.
Yep.
So I had to go overseas. I had to go to the UK to find some adequate reporting. Hilariously enough, I didn't bring it to the show because it's just bad. The only mainstream liberal report I could find was NBC posted a 47-second video just deep in their website. And there was no reporting, no voiceover, nothing.
Was it the music with some B-roll and some text?
No music. Not even any music.
No music.
There was a couple of little pieces of text, but not a lot and not enough to actually report it. It was literally just 47 seconds of bad B-roll.
Was there text?
There was some text, but it wasn't enough to report the actual situation. And it was bad B-roll. So when I mean that, it'd be like just a long 10-second clip of a truck driving by. And the audio was very loud. So you're just like listening to no music, no voiceover, just loud engine noises. So it was just, it was not watchable. It was impossible for any sort of regular person to watch with any sort of interest. You know, and then it would switch over to like some lady yelling like freedom for truckers or something very passionately, which is like, yeah, great. That's okay. So people are passionate about this. But they had the volume like cranked up so loud and her voice was so shrill. It was just they purposefully put together
the worst production. Yeah.
A worthless little 47-second video.
To not include music, that production decision, you know, there's a financial part of it. It's like, we don't want to pay the licensing for that. But then also it's like knowing that the music is what provokes people to watch, the emotional response is really generated by the music. To not include it is very strategic in that you don't want anybody to have an emotional response to the story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They wanted nobody to connect with the story whatsoever. And it wasn't even a story. It was literally just 47 seconds of bad B-roll.
Yeah. Okay.
So anyways, there you go. That exemplifies the sort of reporting that we were getting on this, at least in the mainstream. But over here at the independent.co.uk, they put together one of these timeline things. This is sort of like a meta timeline.
Oh, boy.
And I'm realizing now it is not loading very well at all, and it's not even pulling up the original one. Oh, there's pages. You got to go back in the pages.
I'm kind of scrolling down. I see that there's some kind of timeline here. I can go older.
Yeah, scroll all the way down. Go over to the next page of timeline stuff. We're just going to kind of run through this timeline and see where we're at, because a lot has been added. And I wanted to start. Here we go.
At the bottom.
I'm going to start at the bottom of the second page.
Okay.
Wait.
It looks like a lot of stuff. Oh, there's a third page.
There's a third page. What's on the bottom of the third page? See, this is the problem, too. They just keep updating it. The third page is very short. Okay. Go to the third page because it has important stuff from Trudeau here.
Okay.
So this timeline started getting posted 12 hours ago. It starts with this. Trudeau blasts fringe minority behind trucking convoy. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has blasted the fringe minority behind the convoy of truckers protesting COVID passports at the U.S. border. The convoy is making its way to Ottawa's Parliament Hill on Friday to protest the country's COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Quote, the small fringe minority of people who are on their way to Ottawa who are holding unacceptable views that they are, listen to that, unacceptable views.
Distinct minority.
Thought police. This is literally thought police. They have unacceptable views that they are expressing. Do not represent the views of Canadians who have been there for each other, who know that following the science and stepping up to protect each other is the best way to continue to ensure our freedoms, our rights, and our values as a country.
Irony.
Again, if you have unacceptable views, you are not ensured freedoms, rights, or values as a country. And, there's a lot to unpack there. Everybody gets it. I mean, he's just parroting long debunked talking points. But that's what he does. He's a very inflammatory fellow. The federal government ended a trucker's exemption to the vaccine mandate on 15th of January, which now means that Canadian truck drivers need to be fully vaccinated to avoid a 14-day quarantine when they cross back into the country. Okay, so it sounds like they reapplied that exemption. That exemption that I reported from the 12th lasted 3 days.
Good job, Trudeau.
And then the exemption ended on the 15th. Okay, see, good. I'm glad I got to this because that was not included in the Reuters report. They failed to mention that the exemption got taken away. All right, let's move on to the next item here on the next page. Down at the bottom starts with GoFundMe releases just $1 million of the $6 million total raised by truckers. Crowdfunding platform GoFundMe says it has released an initial $1 million of the $6.2 million intended to support a convoy of truckers and their supporters, which is currently headed for Ottawa. As CBC reports, the fundraising page was launched earlier this month, blah, blah, blah. So this is a little bit of a interesting aspect, which is these truckers, I went to the fundraising page. Let's see, actually, we can...
No, I got it here. Sorry, you were talking and you switched pages on me, and it took forever to load. But I have the GoFundMe.
That's fine. No need to explain. There you go. So you got the GoFundMe. When I checked last, they were almost at $8 million of support.
Yeah, which is a goal. Yeah, they're at 7.4 right now, or almost 7.5 basically.
Yeah, so they're coming up on $8 million. Now, when Trudeau says small fringe minority, how does a small fringe minority raise almost $8 million? That is pretty crazy. So pretty impressive, and it shows the support that these truckers are having. I mean, that is grassroots fundraising by, I'm assuming, mostly Canadians.
Let's hope GoFundMe doesn't pull the rug on something like this. They very easily could.
That is kind of the insinuation here. They're not releasing all of the funds. They've only released 1/6, and now at this point, 1/7 of the funds. And keep that up. And in fact, if you could pop the link to that GoFundMe into the doc for us, I want to bring that up in a second. I might have already.
It's already in there. I've been showing it. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Next on the list, we have U.S. truckers to join Freedom Convoy. Okay.
You skipped all the Elon stuff, huh? Not important to the.
I did not skip any Elon stuff.
Oh.
Elon stuff comes next.
Oh.
Soon. Yeah.
I saw it on the third page there as part of the timeline.
I'm trying to run through this quickly. Okay. So just hold on. And if we miss anything, we can get it afterwards.
Okay.
So the U.S. truckers joined in. That's good. Go U.S. The U.S. truckers, Canadian truckers, teaming up, baby. Then we have a section on here. Joe Rogan protesting truckers show Canada is in revolt. Controversial podcast host Joe Rogan has spoken out on the Canadian trucker protest, appearing to sympathize with the cause. Uh-oh. That's when you know you're in trouble. Establishments.
the Joe Rogan measure.
Yeah. Next slide here, we've got TikTok captures Trudeau rage amongst truckers.
What is
Just
this?
some TikTok Twitter videos.
People being mad at Trudeau. Okay, I thought this was Trudeau losing
TikToking.
losing himself in front of truckers. I don't think that would end well.
Yeah. Just to give a little bit of, this gives a little bit of a vibe of what's going on. A series of TikTok videos have shared by right-wing journalists on Twitter, which purport to show the extent of the Canadian truckers' protest and the disdain many have for the nation's prime minister, Justin Trudeau. Quote, "It is really fun. There's a festival feeling to it. Trudeau's rage is showing. The convoy." See, isn't that hilarious? They are talking as if the truckers are like with disdain and rage towards Trudeau, but it's really about Trudeau's rage is showing. The convoy, it continues, is full of happy warriors. One video is captioned by Rebel News Ezra Levant. The TikTok in question also features F Trudeau flag in the foreground as the trucks roll by. Yeah. As many as 50,000 vehicles are expected to continue the long journey to Ottawa on Friday in what is a mass protest movement against vaccine mandates for drivers who cross over the Canadian-U.S. border.
Oh my gosh.
Scroll up.
This is starting to feel like this is going to turn into some kind of, I don't know. Keep going.
What do you mean? The event?
I just hope there's no clash.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll get there, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah. Little update here. Kingston police registered just 121 trucks in convoy, disputing 50,000 truck claim. This was one town who counted 121 trucks going through. But a little bit of manipulation in this info, because these trucks are not all in one big line. You know, there's a mistake here, because it's not just one group of trucks as the convoy. It is literally trucks coming from every direction on every, main thoroughfare, making their way to the Parliament building.
Do you think there is a faction amongst the truckers that are like, nah, man, I'm with Trudeau on this one? It's hard to believe that there is anybody, but there has to be,
Canada.
Right?
Canada does have a very obedient, majority. Right. And that's why they've been able to get this far.
Okay.
I mean, they may have secret, opposition, but, Canadians, they just like to get along for the most part. It took a lot to get them to where they are now. And there's a Tucker Carlson update. Do we want to play this clip? Freedom Convoy spokesperson claims vaccine passports are really concerning. Tucker Carlson's interview with Freedom Convoy spokesperson Ben Dichter on Fox News saw him reveal the group as dual objectives, while its opposition to vaccine mandates is well documented. Mr. Dichter also explained how vaccine passports are really concerning development in Canada. We want to get rid of the vaccine mandates and the vaccine passports, and that passport, that's the really concerning one, the controversial spokesperson said. Oh, okay, we don't need to play the clip. That's simple enough. Then, it talks about all these crowds, tons of Canadians, filling up overpasses and waving at the trucks in the convoy. And by the way, it's not just trucks and truckers. It's also personal vehicles. You've got Canadians in their own vehicles, joining the convoy, showing their support. And then 5 hours ago, trucks started rolling in to Parliament Hill as protesters chill and cheer. More protest trucks are rolling into Parliament Hill, Ottawa, honking noisily as crowds cheer them on. Demonstrators welcoming the vehicles wave Canadian flags and protest signs bearing messages like "there must be choice" and "truck off, Trudeau." This might be a fun little video to play here if you want to let it roll for some vibes, so we can get the vibe of the mass event. Top of the second page.
Top of the second page. Is this? Oh, the Steve G.
Steve G. Yeah.
Okay, let's. See
I haven't watched it, but let's see if we can get some vibes.
Whoa, that is loud. That is the loudest thing ever. All right, well, the truckers, the support is there. Okay, here we go.
Wow,
a lot of people cheering.
A lot of hullabaloo. Yeah, okay. People are showing up, man. It's starting to happen. Okay, that's cool. We get the point. Lots of honks and lots of cheering. Okay, so now trucks started to arrive. And by the way, over on my Twitter account there, I did put out a call for more information on the trucker thing. So if you have anything special that you want us to take a look at, tweet it at me on that post really quickly if you want us to try to take a look at it now. Then started the complaints, Gonz. Huge area of downtown Ottawa impacted by protest. City warns. Ottawa officials warned residents on Friday that a large area of the city, about 13 blocks in diameter, will be impacted by demonstrations. They sent out a little tweet. Heads up, Ott City. City of Ottawa tweeted, demonstrations are beginning in Ottawa today, and several streets in the downtown core and surrounding will be impacted. Let's see. We've got a video of the trucks driving by Parliament here. Yes.
Everything on this website is loading slow. So this entire time I've been catching up to you, trying to, you talking about something. By the time you finish it is when I actually am able to show.
Yeah, and I'm kind of just breezing through it because I'm trying to catch us up here because there's more to talk about than just these updates. But I thought it warranted since, we've been so blessed to do this show on the day of so many kind of historical events.
Yeah.
We were broadcasting on January 6th. We were there before anybody else was talking about it. Not anybody else, of course, but we were
reporting on it as
early
stuff
as
was
you
happening.
possibly could have reported on it.
We had
you're watching it live.
Yeah. Anyway,
but this is not that. This is something else. But of course, as we know, these types of this type of show of support and protest can often, go awry. I mean, that's how January 6th was. It was just a big happy protest until things got weird.
But I want to hear this honking.
Okay,
let's try it here. I got stuff turned down. This is Ottawa.
That's in front of the Parliament building?
Yeah, looks, well, I don't know. It just says...
It's just Ottawa, yeah.
I mean, wow. This is...
They're definitely making it happen. Now, there was a little warning here.
Mm-hmm.
Police chief warns violent protesters will be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly warned on Friday that any protester who turns violent will be arrested and prosecuted. They didn't put B. Quote, let me be very clear. We are prepared to investigate, arrest if necessary, charge and prosecute anyone who acts violently or breaks the law in these demonstrations or in association with the demonstrations. The police chief has also said, however, that so far protesters remained peaceful and uneventful. That's a burn. Uneventful? Hello. The whole thing is an event. But, I always think these statements are funny because, I sure hope that you would arrest people if they're violent.
No kidding.
It's like, you're going to do your job? Okay, great. Thank you for doing your job. These warnings really serve more as sort of a signal to put in the media of ooh, expect something to go bad. Keep an ear out, create the vibe of danger when citizens make their voices heard. That's funny. There's 3 updates in a row, which is just honking. Everybody's honking.
Yeah, a lot of honking.
Police repeat warning that violence will be punished is the next update.
There's no violence. It's funny how they're like, hey, we're gonna punish you if you guys get violent, and then no one gets violent, and they're like, no, seriously,
we're gonna do it.
We're gonna punish you if you get violent, and people are like, okay, all right.
And they, I know it's fun. It's funny. But it's also so transparent.
Yeah.
They do another little update about reviewing what Trudeau has said. He hasn't changed anything, not that I've seen. Why are Canadian truckers protesting? Yeah, we know that. Okay. Oh, Ottawa closes bridge due to protests. That's how you do it. You shut off the bridges. You shut the access down. And oh no, trucks have stopped showing up. I guess nobody cares.
They can't plug every hole.
Ottawa officials.
Where's the off-road trucker?
Yeah, they're going to have to start supply dropping them in. Ottawa officials have closed another major thoroughfare as the protests continue. Ooh, another major thoroughfare. This time, the Alexandra Bridge. Quote, Alexandra Bridge closed demonstration. The city of Ottawa tweeted, OPS directing traffic, duration unknown. So yes, this traffic control is really their only way of trying to control the situation. Of course, you've got trucks and cars on the road. You know, if you don't want them in the city, you just shut down the thoroughfares and stuff like that. So we saw that the police and other reports are, warning about violence and things getting out of control. And we really mean it. We're going to arrest you if you're mean. Well, if you go over to the GoFundMe, this was very interesting. They're up to $7.5 million fundraising. Wow. There was an update posted by one of the team members here, and I would like to read a couple pieces of it. It opens up with the Freedom Convoy has inspired truckers from across Canada, the United States, and now the world. The Freedom Convoy to Canberra is one example and has already started in Australia. So now you have the Australian truckers getting on it again. See, and this is the danger. This is the real danger that the elites, like, you think it's just about Canada, and it's not. This is about the entire world. And,
Chinese truckers, Indian truckers, Antarctic truckers.
Oh, you got to be careful. Yeah, Antarctic truckers. That's funny. Chinese truckers, they'll have to deal with the kill bots if that happens.
Ooh, yeah.
But, it's spreading. That's the real grassroots thing here. So this convoy is not just about Canada alone, but it's about, other freedom-loving communities that see that, something can work. They give a little mention about the Australia trucker campaign GoFundMe that they're working on funding. Mm-hmm. Now, further on down, I thought this is what's interesting because they put out a little notice. It says this: we cannot stress enough how important it is for everyone to do the following. So this is a message to everybody involved. 1, do not enter any government building or government property under any circumstances. 2, treat all police officers with respect. Frontline police officers are already under significant pressure from powerful politicized individuals and local politicians. They are our fellow Canadians, and the police in regions like Peel defended us when they refused to enforce Doug Ford's draconian COVID restrictions on citizens last year. Please do not put frontline workers in a difficult position.
Officers.
Always be respectful, even if they issue you a citation. Just know that most of them are doing so under duress. 3, keep calm. If you see individuals attempting to bait other truckers and attendees into conflict, gosh, these guys are so smart. If you see individuals attempting to bait other truckers and attendees into conflict, report them to the police and our staff, or look to others around you to help with de-escalation. Sometimes it merely requires one calm head in a group to temper us all. Don't hesitate to be the negotiator. 4, do not make any type of threat. Threat leads to escalation, which could lead to violence. Please do your absolute best to stifle any aggressive rhetoric. As you know, the legacy media will be present and will use this as ammunition against our movement. Their business model is built on a strategy of destroying reputations. Do not help them profit from destroying your reputation. If we keep calm and show love and support for one another, many things will happen. We will eventually cause the government to reverse its policy on COVID passports and vaccine mandates, as the UK has recently done. We will meet new friends, develop relationships, and there will likely be people who meet during this peaceful protest and fall in love and build a life together.
He's so
Wow,
optimistic. I love how optimistic this is.
I
This
know.
is,
It kind of sounds like a Canary Cry meetup. Let's not sacrifice such a bright future for all of us by losing our temper. This is the first step in a long journey, and it goes on. Oh, this is interesting, though. This is a first step in a long journey to a new golden age of freedom and understanding for one another. Let's build that future together. There will be a follow-up press release later. Okay, so there you go. Now, the reason I read this is because exactly as it states, the legacy media, or as we call it, the corporate mainstream news media, that they are just itching. They're just waiting for something to go wrong so they can turn this into a January 6th. I mean, this is a setup. I mean, not a setup, but this is the kind of situation that can easily be turned with just a few very well placed, agents provocateurs or bad media coverage or things like that. So I think it's very important that they did this. They put this on the official Freedom Convoy GoFundMe page. It's an official statement, official rules. And anybody working, acting outside of this rule is acting on their own. This was very smart. I don't know if we saw anything like this on the January 6th. But as I mentioned with the the Freedom Mandate March in D.C. recently, where Brett Weinstein, stayed back so he could be sort of a witness that no bad intentions were planned on. This is very smart, to put it publicly. We not only don't plan any violence or whatever, but we strictly are telling people not to, not to just not be violent, but also to actively work towards turning down violence of others.
Right. It looks like that note was written by Tamara Litch. So,
yes,
founder.
Yes, exactly. One of the main organizers. And then I just wanted to pop in this headline next up, just as comparison. This is from CP24, which I believe is a Canadian outlet. Just a headline: Police prepare for possible violence as fringe groups latch onto trucker convoy.
You mean the intelligence agencies have been deployed to create an
Canadian
event,
CIA.
Yeah, to create the stress event that will eventually allow Trudeau to unleash the militants that will shut down this entire thing. An EMP bomb to shut down all the trucks.
Whatever it is. Agent provocateurs have joined the convoy. The false flag plans are laid. So be prepared. It reads exactly like that. It's a long article, and we're already reading lots of long things, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. But it is basically like, if you know what you're doing, which our listeners now should be able to analyze and deconstruct for themselves, is basically like, yeah, we're going to get you. You've got some fringe guys in there. They're going to do something.
Look, they even say Deputy Chief Steve Bell voiced concerns about parallel groups that intelligence suggests will also turn up to the protest. What intelligence?
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
They say it right in there.
Intelligence. You mean like the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency?
Exactly. They are plain and simple saying that there are groups latching on to cause trouble. Yeah. And then of course we had fun with it's funny, they took out the Elon Musk update in that timeline.
No, it was on page 3. That's where I saw it.
All right, settle down. Well, let's just to list some of the fun people tweeting about it. You have Elon Musk, you got Jordan Peterson, you got Joe Rogan, You got Russell Brand is even supporting it.
All right.
Yeah, so, you got a ton of these global celebrities and sort of influencers and stuff like that.
Be careful. Be careful.
On board.
It could be this could be part of the false awakening,
Well, it could be anything, but that's the point. The point is that the Canadians right now, I have never seen a Canadian event influence the world like this has. I mean, it's very impressive. Not that, I'm not saying that Canada, doesn't influence the world in other ways, but for in one afternoon, having the entire world talking about this this trucker envoy to raise almost $8 million to have A-list celebrities and Illuminati members, praising the attempts here. And thank you. I'm over here now on my my tweet, just scrolling through. There's some updates on the route, passing through Quebec. Oh, East Convoy route. Yeah, there's like a bunch of different routes.
I was going to say, even if they shut down certain parts, I'm sure there are people that will help get the truckers to to where they need to go.
Well, that's the hilarious part about the the stories about how, we only saw 100 trucks.
Yeah.
Okay, you saw 100 trucks at one time on one road. They are literally coming from all directions, crossing national borders, finding new routes. I mean, these are truckers. If anybody could find a way to get into your city, these guys know every little route to take. So yeah, there you go. I'm liking it. I don't know if there's any, big, huge, hopefully it is more of the uneventful type of situation, with the definition of eventful meaning something bad happens, something that can be used, something that the mainstream media is just giddy to report on. I think it's good to avoid that type of thing. So it's almost like the less we hear about it from CNN and NBC, the better. There is somebody. Thank you to Amy. Oh, this is Amy. This is our field reporter. Amy is sending some stuff to us on Twitter here. We've got a screenshot of support from all over the world on social media. United Arab Emirates, Kentucky, USA, Australia, Scotland, Ireland, Trinidad and Tobago, Albany, Oregon, Kentucky again, Sweden, Bulgaria. Oh my gosh, this is truly Italy, Netherlands, Denmark, New Jersey, Czech Republic, everywhere.
Wow.
This is a lot. Massachusetts, Louisiana, Carolina, Canada, Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, worldwide. Okay. Well, there you go. Canadian truckers and American truckers who are jumping in, helping out. This is really a whole continent-wide, activity. We're with you, and especially our Canary Cry truckers. If you're a Canary Cry trucker out there and you're up in Canada, go to CanaryCry.com. Hit that little green button. Leave us a voice message. Give us some real boots on the ground reports there. And we'll keep track of it, at least throughout the day. We'll probably move on here in a second because we have a wonderful little shift into our next segment. But before we do that, Gonz, do you have anything else to say about the truckers?
I have that. Anytime there's social movements like this, I always have that two-part thing where on one level, 100% behind, obviously the truckers and the freedom, power to the people, the whole thing. Just it is
any anti-elite really, thing.
Yeah, it truly is sort of the way I think we can fight back in a certain way against the overt overstepping of authority of people like Trudeau. So on that front, I say I'm 100% down. But there's another part of me that's always a little bit not skeptical, but just cautious.
Wary, cautious. Yeah,
when there is a movement that picks up so quickly, and it's not, it's not that the people that are supporting the truckers here have any ill intention whatsoever. I'm more worried about the higher level social engineers who know what strings to pull, who to make angry, who to deploy in some kind of movement to create social change or create social tension that brings about change. And so
the Aikido, the social engineering Aikido,
right, letting them sort of bring themselves down, and that doesn't happen unless they gain momentum and that kind of thing. So in that context, I am just cautiously looking at this thing, but again, on more of a practical level, I'm 100% behind the truckers. I'm 100% behind the people supporting this thing. And, great, you got all these celebrity types jumping on board, but this also is that's the thing that really drives the suspicion for me, or the suspicion begins, is Elon Musk saying truckers rule, and Joe Rogan, and is it just a natural thing that occurred where everyone's starting to pay attention, or is there an element of design? And that's I guess kind of the question.
What's interesting? If it were other people, I would be more suspicious. The trend that we've been seeing Russell Brand go in recently, this is totally on brand. I mean, I keep track. I keep track of what Brand's up to. I mean, and he's going full.
Yeah, but he's still new agey, right? He's got the new agey thing, but he's super awake to the whole Illuminati, New World Order.
He's more, socially minded. His is coming from like a social mindedness. He's not, he's obviously not anything near some sort of Orthodox Christianity. His spiritual things you can certainly disagree with. And I'm not defending or attacking him whatsoever. I'm just saying the content of his stuff recently is all anti-Great Reset, anti-establishment, pro-trucker, nurses, anti-health department, pharma. And recently he's been getting like way deeper too, like deeper than you think a mainstream person would.
Well, it's part of the revelation of the method.
So this is on... Anyways, I'm not trying to make a whole thing about Russell.
Sure.
But Joe Rogan, I'm not surprised by. That's kind of his thing. He's a working man's podcaster. At least that's his brand. And Elon Musk doesn't surprise me either.
Yeah.
When I'm most worried is when, like, U.S. senators start getting on board, or corporations, or like, people who wouldn't normally support it start supporting it. That's when okay, they're getting ready to do some
when Pepsi is like, we love our truckers. They ship millions of Pepsis across the world.
Yeah, right. Which sounds silly, but like we've literally seen it over and over and over.
Yeah.
Corporations do this. And when I say corporations, I also count in politicians as their representatives as well.
Mm-hmm.
So anywho, I understand and agree with you, but I'm not fully triggered. But you're right. The cautiousness, oh my gosh. Oh, these things can go wrong in so many ways. But I am happy to see that they're trying at least to set a standard, set a precedent. And, with some proactiveness of the crowd in the convoy, at least catching everything on film, documenting everything, reporting every violent act to the police immediately, putting all of this on paper, much like with the Ray Epps, whatever his name is, from January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ray Epps continues to be one of the main points of information that threatens to pull apart the mainstream narrative. And and that's just one guy. If you could catch a few Ray Epps on camera and document them, and even get them arrested on the day, then you stand a much better chance of not having the narrative taken away.
Well, that's part of the brilliance, I think, of the GoFundMe, just like the whole, the update that they wrote, and just the sort of the parameters of what they believe, what they stand for, and because what it does by really pushing against any kind of violent protest, it does. The only conclusion that the general public can have is if somebody acts on this and is reported by mainstream media is like, oh, see, look at this trucker movements, look how violent they've gotten, or whatever it turns out to be, or maybe nothing. But if it goes in that direction, anybody who's normal, just thinking about stuff, would have to realize that, wait a minute, they called for some kind, no violence. So the people committing violence, who are they? Are they not? Are they just fringe people that are misguided, or can we start getting public awareness of the fact that perhaps there are actual instigators for this kind of thing?
Yeah.
I mean, those are the only possibilities left. It's a fringe rogue group, or it's an instigated, like an actually organized group, and oftentimes they're one and the same, depending on where you're looking at the group from. So anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing how this unfolds, and hopefully this is a little bit of a retreat from the New World Order in terms of some of the government or bureaucratic issues are concerned, but it's tough, man. It could truly be historically a turning point, where or like how news events of this magnitude get reported in a very transparent kind of way, where anybody looking back 10 years from now will be like, oh yeah, that whole freedom convoy thing, that's when we really started a more
it could be a marking point for sure. And and I think a lot of that, again, the context of reporting is that's a big deal. I mean, we saw what happened during January 6th. We see now how we're a year and some change later, and it's still going. It's still it is what they crafted it to be, and they won't let it go. And that's just the mainstream, corporate media. But if the people do the documenting, and enough people pay attention to the people documenting, really changing the what is the word?
The nature of how things, how information spreads, or how it gets reported. Yeah, paradigm
That's the
shift.
word, a paradigm. If we can, I think you're right. This could be at best, it could be a lot of things, but oh my gosh, how great would it be if it was a paradigm shift for information? Now,
sociological change.
Those listening to this show, we already have that paradigm shift.
Yeah,
you're ahead of the deal. But what if it was even bigger? And this could be it. And that's why I think, getting some Canary Cry reporters on the job, some crowdsourced, boots on the ground reports coming in at the audio message leaving device at Canary Cry News Talk could be a part of that. So we could participate in that paradigm shift right now on this show. So there you go. Anybody, especially if you're up at the trucker place, Canada, get at us with some voice messages. Try to really nail it on some of those reports. We'd love to do it. Now, to bring us into the next segment, Gonz.
Okay. A little bridge.
What?
A little bridge.
A little bridge story here. This one I saw. It came out last week, and almost brought it to the show. I don't think we did, but it was a great little segue here. CNN.com. Perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
CNN.com. Headline. This is when I was looking for news about the trucker convoy. This came up. This is CNN's trucker report from last week, and they haven't mentioned anything else about truckers since then. CNN.com headline, a nurse frustrated by staffing shortages and career obstacle leaves hospital job to drive 18-wheeler, baby. Woo! The nurses are going truck driving. After years of caring for surgery patients at a Canadian hospital, a veteran nurse has left the profession to start a new high-demand career as a long-haul truck driver. I love how it's a Canadian nurse, too. Lee Gorham, 42, said she loved being a nurse, but frustrations over persistent staff shortages, which she said started before the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lack of advancement led her to look for new opportunities. I'm glad they put that in there, because there's this narrative that the staff shortages and problems with nurses started during the pandemic. This has been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
We have been torturing our nurses, and I just mean all of the establishment. It happens in the U.S. here, but also in Canada. We've been torturing nurses, asking them to take care of more and more people for less and less pay for a long time. And the pandemic was just a good thing to blame it on. Her boyfriend, who is also a truck driver and an independent owner-operator, suggested she might like life on the open road. Quote, I was just going to regret my career being where it was, and not being able to advance was really maddening to me, Gorham told CNN, quote, so I just needed to do something else. Gorham's career changes comes from the trucking industry's struggles to fill a huge number of vacancies to help shore up the struggling supply chain. In October, the American Trucking Association said the industry was short 80,000 drivers. Gorham enrolled in a 12-week truck driving program last October, spending almost $8,000, $10,000 Canadian, to get her license. Now she and her boyfriend drive together. Quote, eventually we're going to be trading off, like I'm going to sleep while he's driving, but right now I'm still training. It's almost like we're one independent super driver, she said. What a fun relationship they have. Gorham talked to CNN from a truck stop in Tom Brooks, Virginia on Wednesday, where the couple had stopped on the way to South Carolina. They were headed back north on Friday to haul a load of tires to Quebec, and will then make a run to Indiana. So this is, she was a nurse, was boots on the ground in the whole COVID thing, turned into a truck driver, and then, Justin Trudeau came along and made that hard for her too. Before she started driving, Gorham hadn't traveled much or even left New Brunswick province very often over the past 20 years. Now she's getting to see a lot of the U.S. and Canada from the cab of the 18-wheeler. Gorham was inspired to become a licensed practical nurse by the healthcare workers who cared for her dad, who died of pancreatic cancer at 40. Quote, it was something that I just took off with, and I absolutely loved it. And for a long time, she said, I couldn't even imagine doing anything else. Gorham worked at St. John Hospital in New Brunswick for almost 16 years in neurosurgery and then general surgery. She applied to go back to school for her bachelor's degree so she could become a registered nurse, but her application kept getting rejected. Gorham said she'd gotten about as high as she could in the career ladder without upgrading her qualifications. The New Brunswick government has been working to increase the number of available nursing school, blah, 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 meow, meow, meow. Let's keep moving here. They talk about how she's being held back in her career due to education issues. This nursing problem has been there my entire career, Gorham said. The pandemic is just showing the real stress of the situation. I'm going to scroll down. It's more nurse stuff here, shortages of nurses. Again, they kind of do this thing where it's like, there's not enough nurses, and so they're being overworked, and now she's leaving. So there's even less nurses. And what? She's just driving a truck? What's more important, lady?
CNN,
nursing or trucking?
CNN has never provided any solution to any of these problems with overworked hospital workers or nurses or medical whatever.
No.
And it's because they are bought and paid for by the people that are going to roll out the robots. It seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that was the thing about Elon Musk supporting it. It's kind of a political move for him too.
Cybertruck thing and everything.
Yeah, he needs to be supportive of truckers because
Cybertruck got pushed back. He's like, we need the truckers to give us the parts.
Yeah,
sooner.
Or he just wants to be on their good graces because he knows he's going to take all their jobs away.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that was the other angle. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. Gorham said driving. Okay. I'm just going to finish it out. Okay. Gorham said driving is more relaxed than the hectic, always on the go life at the hospital, but maneuvering the massive 13-speed vehicle presents new challenges. Quote, it is not anything like my standard car, she said. There's a lot of hazards involved in it. I find a lot of people are unaware how difficult it really is. Well, there you go. Good job, Gorham. And there's a good chance. I mean, she started trucking this month, basically. or I guess it's back in December or something.
Hey, it's part of the convoy.
Yeah, she might be part of the convoy. I mean, they said right here in the article that she, goes back and forth from Canada, and they don't mention her vaccination status.
That's very interesting. Make it a self-interest story, for the algos if they're searching stuff on CNN.
It's really funny. So, you search CNN for any reporting about the trucker, convoy, and you can't find it. But you find this story about a woman who left nursing to become a truck driver and is probably in the truck convoy. And I think that's a great lead into the Great Reset.
We need a great reset.
Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
That's right. And I'm going to take this, and why don't you take this one?
Okay.
I'm trying to figure this out.
I know you usually eliminated like 50 articles.
I restructured this entire middle of show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 articles.
Yeah, they were bad articles. We needed to do the trucker,
sure,
and it went right into the Great Reset because that's more news happening today.
Yep.
So why don't you take this first one? It's very interesting.
Okay. Well, this is wearegreenbay.com, and it's an update. Judge sides with Ascension. Employees can begin work immediately. Should I just play the clip, or do you want me to read the
No,
thing?
you should read it, because the clip doesn't give the backstory, and the backstory is the most important part.
Okay. After several hours of discussion and testimony, the Autogamy...
Where are you starting this?
At the top, where it says Monday, 1/24/2022.
That's interesting, because reload it. Because it has a Friday.
Well, I did load this morning, so maybe.
Yeah, they must have. I think they redid it. I don't know. Maybe the one you have is better. Yours is the one that I actually read, so hopefully they didn't mess it up too bad.
This is 4 days later, so today's the update.
There's an update today, yeah.
Okay. Oh, maybe I should have played that video from before then. Shoot.
No, that one I sent you. It's already been rectified, but I hope they didn't take out the backstory is the problem.
ThedaCare has dropped its lawsuit against Ascension, Wisconsin, according to a new statement from ThedaCare President and CEO Amran A. Andrabi. According to the statement on Friday, January 28th, ThedaCare dismissed all legal action against Ascension, Wisconsin, filed in Outagamie County Court. The now dismissed lawsuit has claimed Ascension had recruited ThedaCare team members at the same time compromising ThedaCare's ability to provide trauma care. This prompted ThedaCare to file a temporary injunction that sought for the court to grant the hospital time to replace most of its 11-member interventional radiology and cardiovascular team of nurses and technicians.
Hold on. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just scanned this new thing, and they don't do what needs to be done. So if you scroll down, it'll give you the Monday update again.
After several hours of discussion and testimony, an Outagamie County judge has ruled in favor of Ascension and those looking to work there. Okay, so what I just read before was Ascension. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Ascension. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Okay, so hold on.
ThedaCare.
Hold on. Do you want me to do this? Because I'm already very familiar with this.
Do it.
I'm going to go all the way down to the update from the 21st. Okay, it goes like this. It's all the way down at the bottom if you want to find it. ThedaCare is trying to get a court order to temporarily keep some of its employees from leaving to Ascension, after Ascension hired a majority of its 11-member interventional radiology and cardiovascular team. ThedaCare announced that they have filed for a temporary injunction in the Outagamie County Circuit Court against Ascension, Wisconsin. They are asking the court to provide time for ThedaCare to replace most of its 11-member interventional radiology and cardiovascular team of nurses and technicians. ThedaCare says they were recruited by and have accepted jobs at Ascension. Now, Ascension and ThedaCare are two different hospitals, like healthcare facilities, and they're near one another. And what this story is about is healthcare workers, specifically radiologists, working at ThedaCare. And the story started with 7 of the 11 ThedaCare radiologists, kind of asking for raises, trying to, they're overworked, they're being abused, similar to how nurses are across, the country. But these are pretty important and skilled guys. They're and gals. They're interventional radiologists. So sort of like a fancy extra version of an X-ray guy, like X-ray technician. In fact, I think we have some radiologists who listen to the show now that I think about it. And 7 of these employees, they are at-will employees. So they're not on contract. They are not required to stay in the job. They are at will, just like, you would have any other job that you're not like legally required to stay there for an amount of years. Well, they weren't getting paid enough. They were getting overbooked. They were being abused at ThedaCare. And so they just went looking for other jobs. They went to, and 7 of them found jobs at Ascension Northeast, which is another healthcare facility. And Ascension just had some open spots, there looking for some interventional radiologists. And so these 7 radiologists go get jobs at Ascension for way more pay, way more benefits, way more, beneficial employee employment, conditions. Yeah. And, they've been abused at this other place, so they just go get new jobs. And they tell their boss, like, oh, hey, we found new jobs. We're going to go over there in 2 weeks. ThedaCare then sues in the court and asks a judge to force these radiologists to not be able to change jobs. They have no, contract, no legal reason why they can't just pick up and find another job, especially because they gave ThedaCare the chance to match the salary. They went to ThedaCare. They say, okay, we got this. We have this offer from Ascension. We're going to go over there. They're going to pay us what we're worth. They're not going to abuse us. They gave us, they gave us what we want. We don't have to go over there, though. If you want to match what they're going to give us, we'll stay here at ThedaCare. ThedaCare snubbed them. Didn't even send in, a counter proposal. Didn't even respond to this, attempt to do the right thing by these radiologists. So the radiologist said, okay, well, I guess we're just going to go then. Bye. And they go. And then ThedaCare gets a judge to force these radiologists to keep working at their old jobs at the same pay and horrible conditions. And this judge somehow forces them to stay in their old job, their horrible job. And this is insane. And luckily, the per the updates given in this story, another judge reversed that because it's insane. But you have a situation where in this alleged free market economy that we live in the U.S., where, as long as you're not under contract and you didn't, make an agreement and sign papers that you wouldn't leave, the whole system is based on the fact that we, the workers, can choose to work wherever we want. And we had this situation where the government literally told these radiologists that they have to keep working at the job they just quit from. Can you imagine quitting a job and then the government tells you you have to go back and work there? Especially if you're just trying to get a new job to get paid what you're worth and, not be abused. And then the judge tells you to go back to your horrible situation. It is illegal for you to change jobs. It was just this crazy, portal of a view into, a type of economy that a lot of people want to see. And I think it's similar to the stakeholder capitalism that we see from the World Economic Forum Great Reset. They're talking about the stakeholder capitalism, which they don't tell you this, but the stakeholders are the corporations, as we've discussed. And this was an example of the corporation using the law in stakeholder capitalism to force people to work a place they don't want to work under worse conditions than they could. Now, luckily, the lawsuit continued and another judge overrode that. But we have an example here of this ThedaCare hospital system. Who knows how they got this judge to basically set an absolutely insane precedent. I mean, like Soviet Russia style, precedent towards their workers. We have no idea how this happened, but I bet it wasn't legal, whatever it was. But I worry that we might see more and more situations like this, especially as it starts just worming its way in during this, economic time where workers have just the tiniest amount of power in how they're treated and where they go. And the judge has to step in and almost literally imprison them in their former job.
ThedaCare, I'm very curious to find out how much money ThedaCare spent on legal fees.
Yeah.
Compare it to how much they would have had to give the employees to stay. How much of a raise?
Exactly. It's insane.
It doesn't make any sense from just like a logistic, objective business standpoint.
Yeah. Well, and part of what they want to do, these corporations do it all the time, mostly in the context of like union busting and stuff.
Yeah.
But they kind of wanted to set an example of like, oh, you think you can just leave and go get a better job? Well, if you do that, it might give our other abused employees the same idea. So, it's not just saving money on your salary or whatever, but it's also scaring our other workers into not doing, the same thing. I mean, it is a totally backwards clown world situation that thankfully got rectified. And, but they had to work at that job for like an extra 2 weeks. Can you imagine being forced to go into work by a judge to the job you already quit and like reporting to the manager who you told you were leaving and gave a chance to meet?
I would mess with the managers and.
Oh my gosh, nothing would get done.
I don't encourage this, but I would
Machines would start breaking randomly. Tests would start coming back with radically, wild results. I mean, it's just wild.
I would ensure total mass chaos as I stepped out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And this is how you radicalize people.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that these guys did anything wrong or will do anything wrong, but you do this and people start getting radicalized against your company and your economic system. In this case, the Great Reset, stakeholder capitalism.
Yeah.
And that's the type of thing we can expect from the World Economic Forum. Their plan if things get too far along. So, anyways, there you go. Little Great Reset example of what can happen there.
Yep.
Why don't you tell us about a bridge?
What about the bridge? Let's see. This is WAPO. Pittsburgh bridge collapse injures 10 on day Biden visits city to talk infrastructure.
Oh.
That is so convenient.
Weird. You mean President Biden happens to be going there to talk about his infrastructure plan that privatizes bridge building and government infrastructure, and it just happened to collapse that morning?
He just has great luck, that Biden.
Ah, yeah, really lucky break there, Biden.
I'm going to read from CNN. Same story here. Biden visits collapsed bridge in Pittsburgh. President Joe Biden visited the site of a bridge that collapsed in Pittsburgh ahead of his previously scheduled trip to talk about strengthening the nation's infrastructure, including rebuilding roads and bridges.
Oh.
Like, okay. Hours before the president was set to travel to Pittsburgh, a snow-covered bridge collapsed and left several people injured. No fatalities have been reported, according to the city's fire chief, and the cause of the collapse is unclear.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Joe. Joe knows the exact reason.
Yeah, except for a pre-scheduled visit by the president specifically to talk about collapsing bridges.
After arriving in Pennsylvania, Biden told reporters he planned to head to the site. I'm sure he planned something else too. While at the site of the collapse, the president thanked first responders and spoke with state and local officials. Biden surveyed the damage and asked about how long it took for the gas to get shut off and whether there were any runners near the bridge when it came down.
What? Like, seriously, what, Biden? What a weird couple of questions to ask.
How long did it take the gas to shut off? On what? The train on the bridge or the bus? Or what are you talking? The bridge gas? What are you talking about?
Exactly. I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about like civil engineering. Maybe they ran a gas line like along the bridge or something.
Could be.
But also, did Biden just know that? Did someone tell him that?
Yeah, he's got his earpiece.
And if someone told him that, why is he asking that to the media? Like, what in the world? Keep going.
Small talk. He wants to show that he knows what's going on. A little chit chat.
Sure. Totally innocent.
Any runners near this bridge in the snowiest, coldest time of year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, officials told him it took about 30 to 45 minutes for the gas to get shut off, and that there were a few runners around, including one who assisted first responders. Biden said he was grateful nobody got killed. Okay.
Yeah.
Still didn't explain the gas. What did I miss something?
Doesn't explain anything. There's nothing explained.
Hold on. There's got to be something that says something about gas before that. There's like nothing.
No, it's good.
Biden introduces the gas issue, gas leak of some kind.
And part of it is the reporting, right?
Yeah.
So we're interacting with the reporting here, randomly talking about gas. And that's part of the infrastructure bill, the gas pipelines, the delivery of gas around the country.
And the world, if you think about
the gas
Russia.
Companies. Yeah, of course. There's, the gas pipelines in Europe, which are a major, point when it comes to the Ukraine thing. But, you talk about the infrastructure bill, it includes billions of dollars for gas companies to build gas lines and like gas pipelines across the country and stuff. So just happens to be on his pre-planned trip to Pennsylvania. The morning he's to show up, a bridge collapses. That also includes stuff about gas pipelines, which, it's just so weird, man. And they don't have an explanation for why the bridge fell and nobody was killed. Good. That would be too. See, that's the thing. It would be too much. If people died there.
Yeah, it's too much. Yeah.
It would be too much for Biden to go there.
Yeah.
Like,
you're right. You got to keep him out. It's too dangerous, whatever.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it would be too dangerous. I mean, that's another thing with the gas pipeline. If there was any question that there was leaking gas at a bridge collapse, the president of the United States would not be able to make a casual, impromptu detour to go check out a dangerous bridge collapse where there's like probably still bodies laying around and stuff. It's just... You don't what the heck? It doesn't make any sense. And I mean, look, I'm not trying to go straight up conspiracy theorist here.
I don't think you have to for this one.
It's too perfect, man. It's not just that it collapsed, but it's too perfect that he happened to get a chance to talk about pipelines that are a part of the infrastructure bill.
He just shows up.
It's too perfect that nobody died, so he could actually go there without it being sort of uncouth. I mean, it would be just ghoulish for him to visit if somebody had died.
Yeah.
But luckily, everybody's fine. And yeah, he gets this super dramatic moment standing on the edge of a dead bridge that he has funded with his one accomplishment.
But I mean, I'm just going to read more of this article here. The president has long talked about the importance of fixing crumbling bridges. Just 2 weeks ago, he announced a new program to repair and replace bridges in poor condition through funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law. While trying to sell the American public on the need to invest trillions in infrastructure, he delivered several speeches in front of bridges that needed repairs. It's almost like a predictive programming going on with all these press conferences Biden was having, talking about collapsing bridges in front of old bridges. There are more than 43,000 bridges in poor condition across the country, according to 2021 data from National Bridge Inventory. Experts have argued that updates and repairs of the nation's infrastructure could play an important role in moving goods and people across the country more effectively or efficiently, and could help prevent a future supply chain crisis. It's all there. The supply chain, we need bridges, everything is so perfect. Man, Biden must have a really... Somebody's getting a promotion. He's either got some demons that love him, or that there's little leprechauns just feeding him perfect timed events. And I mean, again, to go full crazy conspiracy theorist, I have no evidence to this, but we know that our government is not afraid of doing horrible things. They do it all the time. They do it abroad. They do it on American soil, and it's almost too much to suggest that they would be capable of something like some sort of convenient. It's so obvious. Okay, event. So they have. The bill gave $550 billion in new infrastructure investments that range from roads, bridges to airports, mass transit, waterways, energy systems. And I can just picture the conference room. Mr. President, we do have the money, but you're not really getting the public support for this bill. Yeah, it passed, but people aren't very excited about it. They need to see stuff collapse. How do you mobilize? Yeah, how do you mobilize people? False flag has worked pretty well in the past. And we don't need to kill anybody. Nobody needs to die. It doesn't need to be a national tragedy. No, it just needs to be a good opportunity to be thankful for old Joe Biden. And on the day of the truck convoy, where you want to take, it's got to be something that the mainstream can report on and have a reason to ignore the truck convoy. Oh, and the supply chain topic is the common thread there, because exactly. You can say, the infrastructure is collapsing. Luckily, we're so happy because we have Biden's infrastructure bill and the $550 billion. Yeah. Meanwhile, the people that actually deliver stuff on those roads that actually work the supply chain are all protesting dictatorship. Yeah, coincidentally, there were no trucks driving on that bridge that day because they were all up in Ottawa. In Ottawa, yeah. Yeah. There was a quote here on the Washington Post article that said, let me see if I can find it, but to paraphrase, it said the police told Biden that they weren't sure if a gas explosion caused the bridge collapse or if the gas started leaking later. Wow. What do you mean you don't know if a gas explosion? Wouldn't there be, I don't know, fire or some burns on the trees? I mean, there's trees 6 feet away from the bridge. If there was an explosion, there would be some signs of, an explosion. But they just don't know what did it.
but maybe the explosion, they just throw it out there as if like, well, if anybody is asking questions, we can just be like, I don't know, maybe a gas explosion or something.
I like
but
how
we don't
Biden
know. We
gets
don't want to put our word behind that.
It's the way they described in the CNN article, Biden asking about the oil stuff. They make it sound like, this horrible scene, the black trucks pull up, or not the trucks, the SUVs pull up. Biden steps out and he's like, tell me about the oil. How long did it take the oil? And we're like, what?
Yeah.
What are you
status report. well, nobody died. No. What about the gas?
Tell me about the gas. Were there any runners?
Were there any runners?
And there was? That's even weirder. Why were there people running? Anyway.
Just getting some exercise out by the old gas line.
The old gas bridge in
the old gas
snowy, cold. Pittsburgh must be what? It's got to be really cold in Pittsburgh right now.
Oh, yeah. No, it's freezing in Pittsburgh.
Freezing. Yeah. Just
there's
for
snow
a jog.
on the ground all over the place.
Well, I know people go out on runs in snow,
those
but
East
still.
Coasters,
No, I
Gonz.
get
You're a
it.
California boy.
I know. Yeah.
These East Coasters, they go jog in the ice and just to feel alive.
Wow. It's like a passive aggressive burn.
Oh no,
there for
I'd
people.
say they'll tell you the same thing, man. That's like their thing.
All right.
Anyways, there you go. It's just too much to ignore, and that happened this morning.
Yeah, crazy.
Long article for something to come out this morning.
We didn't cover Biden's little hot mic thing, but that was something I kept forgetting to bring. There's not much to it. It's just a hot
SOB
mic. But
thing.
It's funny.
Called the reporter a SOB on a hot mic.
But the thing is,
the Fox reporter is that Peter guy.
Yeah, but they say, "Oh, hot mic caught the thing." He's standing in front of a microphone, and he's in the. It's still in the middle of the whole thing. So it's not like, oh, we're going to commercial break or we're done. No, he's just kind of did. Son of a like, what is going on? Anyway, okay.
Yeah. So there you go. All right, let's thank some more producers.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
This is the second break where we thank producers who come in with their time and talent. We consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a place for therapeutic reflection of our troubling world. And we learn to cope with it, not by, obviously, not just by pointing to Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior and understanding that, all things are working for his good. But, just to express this tension, the troubling world, we like to encourage people to do so with art and music and other ways. So we like to highlight that here. And before we do get into the art and the audio production here, I want to thank Jade Bouncerson for doing the timestamps. And the timestamps for episode 438.
Woo! Timestamp, it's hard work. Timestamp.
Thank you very much, Jade Bouncerson.
And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think we have any audio today. Did I miss something?
I did not. No, I did not see any audio production come in today.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go.
There we go. Save some time.
Audio. Yep.
The audio producers taking a day off. Yeah. They deserve it.
They do.
Waiting.
Are you refreshing?
Oh, no, I was just checking. I saw we had some on the 26th. Sometimes if they come in after the show on the 26th,
Right.
But no, we played that one.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go to the art.
One art, please.
And let's present Dame Allie.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And this comes with a note that says, in Wednesday's episode of Canary Cry News Talk, ... When he is suddenly kidnapped in the metaverse during a live stream, Basil finds himself face to face with a Homer Simpson-headed avatar, possibly Chris Shilzilla himself.
It could have been.
It could have been. In his hidden meta den of repressed teen angst and unkept apathy. Gazing around the filthy room, seeking a means of escape, Basil's keen senses make him aware that there is a chair hurling at him through cyberspace To what shady, treacherous chamber of horrors has he been transported? Will he be able to find his way back to the Canarium? Tune in to Friday's episode of Canary Cry News Talk to find out.
That is hilarious. And yes, here we go. Allie has depicted me from last episode when I got kidnapped, hijacked in the metaverse, and was sent into some strange alternate universe of a really nutty scene of like a teenager's dirty room, and was suddenly sort of confronted by a giant Homer Simpson head sort of pestering me for a while. And there I am. This is probably the most detailed illustration of my VR rig that anybody has ever done.
Wow, yeah. Really paying attention to the small details about it.
Small details, they're all perfect. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. And so there I am standing in my shirt. Man, those biceps are popping. Those pecs are looking good. And I'm looking at the Chris Shilzilla Homer Simpson head as he throws a chair at me, which is something that really happened in the metaverse when I got kidnapped. And I'm saying here, somebody just threw a chair at me. And it's true. We talked about this a little bit before the show. I was so thrown off and so in my own world at the moment, I didn't even realize it was a funny thing happening.
Well, I was telling you that, yeah, it's funny, but also incredibly creepy. The fact that we don't know how that happened, number one. Number two, you couldn't tell if this other individual can see you or hear you.
Yeah, he was looking right at me, but I couldn't tell if he could hear me.
That's a little weird and creepy. Yeah. And really, you had some kind of rapture-esque. Not rapture in the good sense, maybe, but the bad rapture.
Scooped away. Caught up into some alternate zone that I do not know how I ended up there.
But it made me think, though, once everybody is in their own little VR metaverses, everyone's out there on their own metaverse, whoever turns into the Antichrist or, whoever creates or builds the image of the beast, isn't it entirely possible that everybody in the metaverse has to spend some time to worship the image of the Great One? And all metaverse, kind of like how Islam has their time to pray. Mm-hmm. You have the same thing in the metaverse where you have that time to dedicate your loyalty to the beast thing. Yeah.
Well, it reminds me of the verse about, and all the world will see. And there's a lot of talk, they talk about it in the context of flat earth, like how can all the world see something at one time? Or you just say it's on the internet and everybody's looking at it on the internet. But
it's funny how that evolves too. Like I remember when I first started getting into stuff, people talked about the internet in the prophetic kind of sense, but I heard a lot more like, see, we have TV now. We have TV. Right. Everyone can see because of TV. It's like, yeah, true. But now we have YouTube.
Well, if everybody's in their metapod, living their lives and working in the metaverse, all it takes is one little thing to kidnap everybody out of their metaverse and transport them to
that's what I'm saying,
your metaverse, and there it is. You can give a shared experience, an unwarranted, unrequested shared experience, forced upon everybody in the metaverse.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Dame Allie.
Thank you, Dame Allie. Next, we have Sir Dove. And a note accompanying the piece that states, so I was thinking about switching it up on Friday between doing a street team flyer and a potential supply drop design. This week I made a poster to promote your 10-year anniversary Saltine Showdown. Hope you guys like it. Hope keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins.
Love it, Sir Dove. And yes, it's kind of an old-timey boxing poster type thing. Yeah. It says Saltine Showdown live from an undisclosed location in the Nevada desert, Wednesday, March 16th, 7:06 p.m. 12 rounds of saltine smashing action. The champ, Basil Rosewater, the googly-eyed assassin, versus the #1 contender, Gonzo Shimura, the Orange County Hammer.
Oh boy!
General admission $13, reserved $33, ringside $322. Then we've got our fighter, portraits there. There's me, the googly-eyed Canary, and there's you, Gonzo, down there in your boxing gloves. And in our hands?
Yeah, okay.
In our hands,
there you
are each of our hands is holding one tiny little saltine cracker. We are prepared. We are holding up to our mouths, looking at each other menacingly, seeing who's the best at chomping down those sweet, sweet saltines. This is wonderful. Thank you very much, Sir Dove, and a real delight.
I'm getting weirded out at how used to I'm getting of seeing myself in cartoon form.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm always depicted as sort of a derpy-looking canary, so...
I like the idea of us wearing boxing gloves and trying to eat saltine crackers. Just trying to pick it up, off the thing.
I mean, it's a good idea for the show. If you don't understand this reference, you just listen to... we'll know you skipped the producer segment of last episode if you don't understand what's going on here. That's why you got to listen to the producer segments. There's lots of content that comes around later. Thank you very much, Sir Dove.
Thank you, Sir Dove.
Gonz, emergency meeting.
Okay.
I'm seeing in the chat that we potentially got some audio production sent to us on the Proton mail. It was sent in late, but I'm trying to look now. Proton's taking forever.
Yeah, everything takes longer.
Yeah, do you see...
I see a supply drop question.
Oh, you know what? Okay, it wasn't an audio thing. This was in relation to
the trucker.
Runk Smash.
Oh, no, okay.
No, this is Runk Smash's producership. I just realized we didn't have his producership during the last segment.
Okay.
Should we just give it to him now, right now, while we're here?
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Okay, Runk Smash is on a streak. And Runk Smash has been supporting the show for, 3 episodes in a row?
Ooh.
Which means Runk Smash is heating up.
He's heating up.
Woo! Thank you very much, Runk Smash. Yes, we got your producership here. He sent in some Dogecoin, making him our crypto producer.
Is this a crypto? I look like I know what a crypto is.
And yes, he sent a note. He was otherwise occupied. He was actually, he claims to be, have been working on something that I have him working on. So he's excused for his late, his late producership there.
It's okay.
Is this microfiction in this email the one? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I copy and pasted it.
Wonderful. Okay, we got your microfiction here. Shall we read that now? Okay, some microfiction from Runk Smash. Listen up. The professor reads through Abigail's report. Nothing jumps out until he gets to the section describing a hell-like room one of the primates was sucked into. She's too close to prohibited information. He flags it for the redactors. He needs a hug.
I think that's a Flippy that's going to give her the hug.
Forbidden knowledge, yes. When you get too close to the forbidden knowledge of the before 4 times, Abigail, you need a hug from the Huggy Bot.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you very much, Runk Smash.
Thank you, Runk Smash. We're going to do, what are we doing? Meetups. You good with that?
Yeah.
CanaryCry meetup.
And actually, during the episode, I was trying to refresh some stuff because I know it needs to be updated because some of the meetups are done.
Yes.
But if you go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com, you will see meetups taking place all around the world, really. But if it's not happening near you, then you can start your own meetup. Choose a location, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, and we will help promote it. Meet like-minded people, brothers and sisters in Christ, people that are aware of what's going on in the world a little bit more than perhaps your average neighbor there. Ciara has been doing a lot of different meetups, including online Zoom meetups every third Saturday of the month. You can contact ciaralauren93@gmail.com to learn more about that. She's also hosting the Washington and Canada Canary Cry Community Meetup, set for March 19th in 2022, Peace Arch National Park. And if you are in Canada, which if you're not making the trek to Ottawa to protest, one thing you can do is contact Ciara and let her know if you were planning to attend this meetup, the Washington and Canada meetup. So there you go. Okay, yeah, this is where I've been working on updating the document, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. So let me go through and get to San Antonio, Texas, February 12th, set to be happening at the Demos Greek Food, North St. Mary Street, but that can change. Contact Dwight B. bemisdead@yahoo.com and learn more about the San Antonio, Texas meetup happening February 12th, 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's the next one coming up here, at least on the schedule. And that's it for meetups. Yeah.
That is it. We did get an email, Gonzo.
Yes, we did.
From Cool Runnings Man. Do you have those pictures pulled up?
I do.
Did you get the updated picture?
Oh, there's an updated picture.
There's an updated picture.
May not have gotten that. Hold on. Let me
there was a censorship that needed to happen on the picture.
Good.
So don't show any pictures until you get the new one.
All right.
And while you look for it, I will read the notes. This comes from Cool Runnings Man. And he sent some pictures. Now, of course, we've been having the drama as far as the Texas meetups are concerned. I was confused and thought that the San Antonio was the first. And of course, I was corrected by Ciara that the Dallas one was the first there. And we got a note from some of our Texan listeners. And it goes like this. Cool Runnings Man here. Well, howdy there, my dudes. I'm afraid I have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is you messed with Texas. The good news is Texas forgives. What did we do to Texas, y'all might be asking yourselves? Well, allow me to assiduously blow your minds. On the last show, y'all have made it happily known that y'all have forgotten that not only has Texas had a meetup before, but that it was the very first Canary Cry meetup. On March 21st, 2021, we gathered at the Botanical Garden at Heritage Park in Grapevine, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. It was such a barrel of monkeys that we have been doing a monthly meetup ever since. I mean, no disrespect, so excuse the bit, but you can read this in a normal voice now. Thank you. I don't know, it's kind of calming me to talk in that
slowing
voice.
Me down. Yeah,
I think it's good for the brain and for the soul to talk like that. But I would like to encourage everyone in the area to go to San Antonio meetup in February. If you can, just do it. The part of your brain and your soul that likes to make friends and fellowships with other believers in Jesus will be very happy you did. And finally, I would like to formally announce the prospect of an East Texas meetup. Mrs. Cool Runnings Man and I have been throwing around ideas for such an event and would like to throw our hat in the ring. We have some interest already, and at this stage, if you would like to share your interest in our ETX meetup for the monthly Dallas meetup, join the CanaryCry.community forum to get connected. I'll be making a flyer when more details are dialed in. We are shooting for early April, pun intended. Thanks for what y'all do, and God bless. Peace be the journey, man. Thank you very much, Cool Runnings, man. So yes, there we go. I'm a little confused about what counts as East Texas, I guess. Isn't San Antonio also East Texas?
I'm not going to comment. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no clue.
There you go. So yes, you've got some encouragements from Cool Runnings Man. If you're in Texas, go to the San Antonio meetup in February, and then after that, there will be an ETX meetup, East Texas meetup in Dallas, starting in April. and they're shooting to do that monthly, I think. Or I'm confused. But either way, April for Dallas. And we'll have flyers for that. It's some later date. Thank you very much, Cool Runnings Vaughn.
Thank you, Cool Runnings Vaughn. Appreciate it.
There you go. Yeah, I was not aware that these Dallas folk were meeting every month. I'm glad they were.
How dare you not report to your masters?
Yeah. Well, I'm now kind of gathering that maybe they had been, setting it up on CanaryCry.Community.
Yeah.
So, sounds like they weren't necessarily trying to have an exclusive meetup club. But yes, if you'd like.
It's okay if you did, by the way. It's
okay if you did. Yeah, no worries.
I'm not mad. Yeah. That's the whole point.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You did good. But nice to know that it was happening.
This is fun!
Bing, bong, boom. That's right, folks. It's time for reviews. Reviews are very important to the show. The more ratings and reviews we get, the more that the algorithms kick into gear and share the show with people who are unsuspecting victims of having the robots share the show with them and tell them to listen to it. It really helps spread the show around when we get 5 or more reviews per week, and we're super grateful. But the emotional roller coaster continues, Gonzo.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Want to know why?
Why?
0 ratings and reviews.
Oh, wow.
Since last Friday.
Really?
Yup. First week in maybe ever. I can't remember. It may have happened before, but I can't remember if it has. Possibly the first week ever that we have not gotten a rating, at least 1 rating and reviews to read. And so I don't know what to do.
I know what to do.
Okay.
I'm going to read a review from Audible.
Oh, yeah, we did have an Audible review.
We had one Audible review. One new Audible review, I should say.
Okay. Yes, this person, I know this person, and I know this review, and they are saving the day. Although that doesn't let it. I take that back. They're not saving the day. The day is not saved. 0 ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts is unacceptable. And so I don't know what to do about it. Maybe you need to start telling people to leave ratings and reviews. Maybe my voice is just like...
It's like the coach where the team doesn't listen anymore. Yeah, it's possible. They need.
It's possible. I don't know what to do
in there.
But 0 ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts. Not only is it not good, it's actually bad. The robots are going to see that, and this is bad. This is going to anti-show the show to people who have never heard it before. So I don't know what to do. But yes, why don't you read? I'll read the Jack V's Audible.
Go for
Thank you, Jack V. You've brought at least a shimmer of light into this darkness that I
darkness of reviews. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, this was a review over on Audible. Thank you very much. 5 stars. Not sus podcast. This podcast is pushing P, bro. 10 out of 10 would def recommend. The Asian boomer host is very knowledgeable about screenshotting NFTs. And the other host is a homeless man who loves robots.
Oh my gosh.
If you need a good laugh while hearing about the news, give these 2 gigachads a listen. Shout out to my financial advisor, the Crypto Chad. Thank you very much, Jack V.
Thank you, Jack V. That was an excellent review.
I do feel a little better after reading Jack V's review. But yes, this is bad, Gonz. Why don't you tell the people to leave ratings and reviews, especially the thousands upon thousands of people who listen on Apple Podcasts, who literally are already there and just need to click one button to leave a rating and review.
Should I do it in Asian dad style, Asian dad voice?
Yes, please. Yes, maybe that'll do it.
You must leave review on iTunes, and if you do not, you are a ugly, horrible person. You bring shame to family. If you do not leave review, you will die. Something like that. I don't know.
No, I mean, you would know. I don't know. That sounds right to me.
It's I mean, that's light. That's tame compared to some of the stuff.
We need to get the Game of Thrones shame chant with the bells. When we're put to shame like this.
Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Yeah. Rarely do we, or I don't think we've ever well, shamed our listening audience before like that, but that would be...
we're shameless here. That's the thing, you know? So it's hard to shame the shameless.
That's true.
Sir Dylan on YouTube, is he one of our knights, or is he... I don't have the night list.
I have to check.
Is Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian? It sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah, that sounds... Yeah, okay. Let me double check, but that sounds familiar.
Okay, he's asking, I can't find where an Apple Podcast to leave a review. Yeah, you can no longer do it on a computer is the problem. You have to do it.
Good job, Apple. Make it so you can't do computer things on a computer. Well done.
Well, you can't do it. I'm sorry. Let me change. I misspoke just a little bit. You can't do it on a browser.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have to either, if you're on a Mac, you have to use the Apple Podcast application. I believe you can also do it in iTunes if you still have iTunes, and also Windows computers, they can have iTunes. So you got to go through iTunes. They want you going through the Apple infrastructure.
Yeah.
Other than that, you just do it on your phone, do it on if you're an Apple Podcast on your phone, go to the show page, and it just says right there, leave a review.
Yeah. Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian, became a knight on episode 333. So yes.
Oh, one of our 333s.
Yeah.
That brings up the issue at hand, Gonz, which is episode 444.
Oh, is that coming up? What are we on?
It's coming up. It's coming up in 5 episodes.
All right.
So I know it's been a while, but I remember on 333 or after it, we were pretty much saying like, we once in a while we will have these knighting specials. And we did one at 333. We considered doing one at 444. So I'm just putting that out there. We are considering doing one of our knighting specials on episode 444. Those who have been around for a while know, like on episode 333, you can get they were able to get an insta knighthood for coming in a one-time amount of 333. Now this is not in total. If your running tab goes to 333, that does not help. You have to come in at a one-time amount of 333. We could consider doing one at 444, but we don't know if that's something anybody's interested in. If that's something anybody would be interested in, let us know. Otherwise, we'll be left to make this decision on our own.
Okay.
Okay. You can email us at CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com. Or maybe leave a voice message. Ooh, a knighthood voice message.
That would, to hear a knight's voice upon
to hear a knight's voice. Thanking.
Oh, that would be great too. If it's like a post game report, so we knight them and then we hear from them.
Yeah, they tell us how honored they are and what sort of responsibilities they're taking on as with their new royalty, what they hope to do with their nobility. Uphold justice and whatever.
Wow,
something like that could be fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
right. So we're considering that. If you have if any producers have any opinions on that, let us know.
Okay. Are we ready to wake up and go through the last little segment of the show here?
I believe so. I will just once again plug Canary Cry Bingo, Canary Cry Street Team, and go to CanaryCryNewsTalk.com and leave us an audio message. Okay.
Yes,
now let's
it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Most modeling is kind of acting like a
beast,
but making it fashion.
Beast,
but then make it fashion.
That's an
my gosh.
jingle.
The old segment is back, folks.
It is returned.
It's a wonderful day when Beast Fashion returns.
Yep.
This was we've had this jingle and segment since before the pandemic, which, as we all know, has been forever. So this jingle is a timeless relic from an ancient bygone era.
This is Yahoo mirroring an independent article. Headline: Scientists build stretchable thermometer that could lead to next-gen clothing and soft robots.
Oh my gosh.
And a lot going on there.
That is a lot going on there.
Yeah, scientists have developed a stretchable, self-powered thermometer, an advance that could potentially lead to next-generation soft robotics, smart clothing, and medical devices compatible with the human body. What is it? Does that imply that medical devices are not compatible with the human body right now?
I could think of a few.
Yeah. While most components used traditionally for sensing in robots and smart clothing are rigid, researchers from Harvard University said their new soft sensors are highly sensitive with their ability to sense temperature unaffected by their stretchability. Quote, "We have developed soft temperature sensors with high sensitivity and quick response time, opening new possibilities to create new human-machine interfaces and soft robots in healthcare, engineering, and entertainment," said Zhigang Suo, senior author of the study. Soft robots mimicking animal or human motion find applications in a range of fields, including medical diagnostics and disaster management. Why do you need soft robots in... I can understand medical stuff, but disaster management? That's interesting. Stretchable sensors make the development of such robots much more feasible, researchers said. The new thermometer, described in the journal PNAS on Monday, consists of 3 parts: an electrolyte, an electrode, and a dielectric insulating material to separate the two. The interface between the electrolyte and the dielectric, researchers said, accumulates ions, while the dielectric/electrode interface accumulates electrons. The resulting charge imbalance between the two sets up an ionic cloud in the electrolyte, the study noted. As the temperature changes, the ionic cloud changes thickness and a voltage is generated, which is sensitive to temperature but insensitive to stretch. Because the design is so simple, there are so many different ways to customize the sensor. Depending on the application, you can choose different materials arranged in different ways and optimized for different tasks, said Yicheng Wang, a postdoctoral fellow and first author of the paper. How come all these people doing this at Harvard all Chinese names?
Yeah, they're all Confucius Institute.
I was going to say, are they actual American citizens or are they overseas?
Well, yeah. Anyway. I mean, we don't know where exactly they're from, but of course it is a little concerning because, yes, the Chinese Citizen Confucius 1,000 Talents program has been a major issue with the brain drain in the U.S.
In one test, the scientists integrated the sensor into a soft gripper and measured the temperature of a hot, hard-boiled egg. They said the thermometer can measure temperatures upward of 200 degrees Celsius or as cold as negative 100 degrees Celsius, adding that the sensors act really fast, responding to changes in temperature within about 10 milliseconds. Quote, "We demonstrated that these sensors can be made small, stable, and even transparent," Dr. Wang said. The researchers believe the new temperature sensors open up new possibilities to create human-machine interfaces and soft robots in healthcare and engineering. Quote, "This highly customizable platform could usher in new developments to enable and improve the Internet of Everything and Everyone," Dr. Suo added.
You know, this would be really helpful pairing this with the Microsoft patent 060606 biomeasurement cryptocurrency thing.
The mining rig.
Yeah, the
biometric mining rig. Yeah.
Yeah, because we've been, postulating that, well, I postulated during a segment a couple episodes ago. You can find the clip on Canary Cry Clips on YouTube, where they have positioned themselves in gaming, in hardware, in blockchain, and in one other, I guess the metaverse. All they need to do is find a wearable device that could measure the bio measurements that they want, and booyah, and then you get your Microsoft, I don't know, you could make it a jumpsuit, your Microsoft jumpsuit that measures, your temperature and everything, your government issued beast fashion jumpsuit of the future that measures your temperature at all times just to see if you have COVID. If the temperature goes up, of course, the surge squad comes and flamethrowers your house. But until that happens, you can mine cryptocurrency with your biometric information.
How many false, kind of calls? You get the squad to come in, they roll in, they got their guns drawn, and you're shirtless, and your shirt is hanging on like a heater or something. And it's like, no, I'm just trying to dry my shirt.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it would hopefully measure other things than just temperature, like a heartbeat or something.
Right.
But that doesn't help with, a dead body. Yeah, how are they going to know if that dead body has COVID?
The beast system doesn't help the beast system.
Beast fashion is coming here to help out the beast system, keep you looking fly or lit or whatever the kids are saying these days.
Which, by the way, let me just list off the number of companies that are exploring the metaverse. I know this isn't a metaverse section, but I think this type of technology will assist in the augmentation of our physical reality to access the metaverse through AR and VR. Here's a list of companies that was published 10 hours ago who are all looking at building or looking into the metaverse. Nike, Meta, which is Facebook, Sony, Apple, Puma, Nvidia, Disney, Adidas, Walmart, Samsung, Microsoft, Warner Music, and then most recently, the Brooklyn Nets, the NBA basketball team, said they're building the Netaverse. And I was like, yeah, cool, guys, the Netaverse. Real clever. Whoever thought of that in the boardroom should get a raise.
Yeah, it's so funny because it's just the next phase. We saw this with the blockchain
buzzword.
Too.
Yeah, that's a buzzword.
Yeah, where every company was looking at how to put blockchain in their company. And now it's just the same thing with metaverse. I mean, a lot of those make sense, and a lot of them do not.
Yeah. But this stretchable thermometer clothing thing is very much part of bridging the physical world into this meta world that they're so excited about, which leads us to... I don't know how that leads us to this next thing, but it leads us to how cold it is. Maybe this stretchable thermometer skin can keep us warm and prevent us from our teeth chattering.
It's cold, Basil. It's cold. Antarctica, go first.
It's a snowstorm.
Antarctica.
Ice scientists are penguins.
Antarctica, they're opening the abyss.
Artificial intelligence.
Valiant effort, Gonz. A smooth segue.
Dailymail.co.uk headline here: scientists use artificial intelligence to estimate that up to 300,000 meteorites lie undiscovered in Antarctica's ice fields, with many of them close to existing research stations. Ooh, it begins, Basil, the uncovering of the ancient past from the heavens.
Yeah, what? How does the AI decide that?
An estimated 300,000 meteorites could be sitting undiscovered within the ice fields of Antarctica, according to the findings of a new study using artificial intelligence to predict potential landing sites of pieces of space rock over the past few millennia. Helped experts from the Free University of Brussels in Belgium to create a treasure map of places to find these valuable rocks.
What?
Sounds like somebody...
You have an AI sending these Antarctic scientists, which, look, I've gone off about the Antarctic scientists. We're all aware of them and how they live their lives. You have an AI sending all these poor Antarctic scientists off on a wild goose chase for imaginary space rocks?
You know, this is a great opportunity to really, because if you think about it, a similar phenomenon occurred with Pokemon Go, where everybody is traveling around looking for Pokemon, in the real world places. What if this, causes all these teams of people in Antarctica to look around and, obviously they're not going to find physical rocks, maybe, but maybe their app will tell them that they're standing on top of an ancient stone.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like an ARG.
Yeah, it's pretty realistically. This is somebody's gamifying their whole experience on the Antarctica continent. There, meteorites that fall in Antarctica typically become embedded in the ice sheet, making them harder to spot. But it seems many are hidden in plain sight. 2/3 of all meteorites found on Earth have been discovered on the frozen continent, a process made easier due to the contrast between dark rocks and snow, with many discovered by chance during costly reconnaissance missions. In this new study, the team discovered that areas of blue ice, where frozen water is visible at the surface as ice rather than snow, could be rich in meteorites. Thanks to the AI-produced treasure map, the team now has a list of locations to look, with many very close to existing research stations on Antarctica. Really convenient AI. Thanks for making it close to the stations.
Yeah, right. Dude, you know what? With this Antarctica stuff, this is a fun way to end the show because we get to kind of just postulate and ramble and have fun with random conspiracy theories. But it's starting to connect, man. It's freaking me out a little bit.
I've been saying for a while that it's not that there's like an explicit thing, you know, that one story sort of unveils the reality of what's going on. But
once we put them, we've been putting them all together and just postulating, and so much of it is connecting to so many other things. Sigurd the Beast, he read my mind. Sigurd the Beast in the Twitch chat says AI just wants scientists to run around digging in the ice, hoping they'll dig up the Nephilim penguin spaceship. You know, you've got the AI, a black box of some sort of pseudo consciousness that is leading these scientists on a wild goose chase to go dig in the hardest ice, the hardest part of the ice. Just for imaginary space rocks. I mean, the shimmer theory is starting to make more sense now. You know, hundreds of thousands of space rocks that could be carrying DNA or ancient bacteria from space or whatever, or slowly manipulating the DNA of the penguins and the ice fish beneath the ice. And now the cyber hive mind AI is having the scientists go dig in certain spots, perhaps to find asteroids, or perhaps to unlock the ancient prison of the Nephilim penguins to unleash the last war for Antarctica.
Yeah, if we are to believe Elon Musk's whole take of AI, we're unleashing a demon or whatever he said, something about, you know, AI being demonic.
Yeah.
Then
being from another realm,
right?
That and actual entities being able to display themselves.
And if they were to whisper into the minds of human beings to explore the physical region, to find that point at which these non-corporeal entities can physically manifest their meat suits, their vehicles,
in hopes of finding a space rock that'll find you more grant money for your
that's another
Antarctica
angle for sure.
Base.
I was thinking more frozen Nephilim penguin that resurrect.
I'm saying that the scientists, you know, the AI is manipulating the scientists. You know, they're working with the AI, with the human mind. And what's the best way to motivate a human? Just tell them they'll get more money for their job or whatever. And so the scientists go out there digging for space rocks, thinking it's going to get them more grant funding. And boom, they unleash the intergalactic Nephilim penguin squad. I don't know. You know the rest. We've gone through it. I don't need to repeat it for you.
Let me read a little more here, because I think bringing up Elon and all his SpaceX stuff and Mars might have something to do with this too. This is a quote, our calculations suggest that more than 300,000 meteorites are still present at the surface of the ice sheet, Tolinar explained. The potential remains enormous. The number of sites predicted for the location of meteorites have never been explored by humans Others have been widely explored, including Allen Hills, where one of the most studied meteorites of all time was found. The rock, Allen Hills 84001, came from Mars originally, and in the late 1990s was hailed as potential evidence of bacteria once existing on the red planet. It led to President Bill Clinton pushing for more funding for NASA, but has since been shown to be nothing more than a lump of Mars rock with fossilized water. Bummer. Wah, wah, wah.
Fossilized water?
That's what it says.
Water can be fossilized?
That's what it says. Science. It doesn't mean they will find meteorites at every site they visit, as the AI predictions are about 83% accurate, but it is better than the current methods.
Wow.
That's how the article ends.
That's nice.
It's not perfect, but still better than our horrible meat calculations that we're trying to find stuff. But there you go.
That might be the first Antarctica article that did not end with asking for more grant money.
Well, I think they implied it with sort of the, hey,
right.
back in
Bill
the 90s, Bill
Clinton.
Clinton coughed it up. How about you, Biden? Check it out. We think there's 300,000 meteorites from who knows where, all around the cosmos, just gems hidden under the ice. All we need is a few $1 billion to, you know what you tell Biden? You say, hey, you know what would really bolster infrastructure is rebuilding all our bridges with ancient meteorites.
Mm-hmm.
And then we need to mine as much of the ancient meteorites as possible. And there you go. Half of that $550 billion can go towards digging up Nephilim penguin suits for the demonic AI. And just to show that this story isn't just some crazy thing on Daily Mail, phys.org, same report, different headline, using machine learning to find space rocks in Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, yep, legit thing happening here. And, you know, since we're on the Antarctica kick, let me just toss this one into the mix because it's so woke. According to shape.com, Erin Parisi is the first trans climber to summit Antarctica's tallest peak. Yeah. Parisi has now climbed 5 of the 7 summits and will soon attempt
I always forget
Denali.
that there's 7 mountains in Antarctica.
Which is interesting, too, when we talk about biblical prophecy. You know, the 7 hills that the woman sits on. So, you know, I know there's Rome has 7 hills. Jerusalem has 7 hills. There's lots of places with 7 hills. But the trans pride flag has now been flown at the top of 5 of the world's tallest mountains thanks to climber Erin Parisi. Just before the new year, she became the first known transgender athlete to summit Vinson Massif, Antarctica's tallest peak and one of the most remote climbs in the world. She'll soon attempt Denali and Mount Everest on a mission to be the first trans woman to climb all of the 7 summits. Is this robbing... dare I say
this,
real women of like this achievement?
Well, this is the conversation, and at risk of, you know, getting put in the
Canceled.
Joe Rogan club, Joe Rogan talks about this. I mean, this is what he talks about, and people call him a, you know, anti-trans person, which is, and there's a certain group of feminists who believe the same thing. J.K. Rowling has notoriously been excoriated for this type of talk, which is, what does it mean for women when the women who accomplish things and get, you know, credit for being the first women to do something are chromosomally, at least, men, you know, biologically chromosomally men? A lot of feminists have a problem with that.
Well, there was that story maybe a month ago, maybe a month and a half, about the transgender swimmer who was breaking all kinds of records.
Yeah, there's the transgender weightlifter.
The weightlifter from the Olympics, the swimmer one is interesting to me because I remember when, you know, growing up in swimming and stuff, I remember there was a point where I was like, man, if I was a lady, I would really be in that hunt for the Olympic team. But, man, if I just had known, just identify as a woman, I could have done it. I just been like,
different times.
Yeah, don't think it would have been okay in 1995 or whatever.
It would have been a little bit more difficult,
a little harder. But I know this is we're kind of going off topic here, but in connection to the Antarctica thing, bringing this sort of wokeness to Antarctica as part of perhaps the psychological preparation for what kind of achievements may come out of Antarctica as we move forward.
That's interesting. I was having just some random meandering thoughts about this actually this morning before getting ready for the show. A lot of this Antarctica stuff seems to be, geographically significant ideology invasion. Because a lot of the stories we've been talking about, you talk about ideology and wokeism.
Yeah.
When it comes to the internet and stuff, it's basically all over the world. And it's a little bit more powerful when it's like a certain nation or geographical region, passes a law or has something that happens. And more or less, Antarctica has been characterized by a complete lack of ideological colonization. And this ideological colonization is an interesting piece of language because it's sort of derived from this sort, the social justice, woke, anti-colonization, anti-American, anti-corporate, anti-lots of things, where you're bringing your ideas to a different place and sort of enforcing them on that place, type of thing, which the United States of America as a entity, as a culture, has been, just whipped over and over for exporting American ideology and culture all over the world, ruining the world. But here, you waving the trans pride flag, and it's not even just that topic. There's all sorts of sort of woke topics we've seen take place in Antarctic articles, and it really is the sort of last frontier as far as ideological colonization goes, because it is strictly internationally, like legally speaking, it's supposed to be a neutral zone. Antarctica is a neutral zone. Nobody really owns it. There's like territories that certain places navigate in and operate in, but strictly for scientific purposes. That's like the law when it comes to Antarctica, is it is only a scientific neutral zone. But now you have this and stories like it, where you have ideological colonization of just the most devoid, empty, last frontier space on Earth. And there's something significant to that. I don't know if I can articulate exactly why, but I think there's something significant there. Again, that's just sort of indicative of this new age where the last frontier of human exploration, at least on land, has now been colonized by ideology. Soon it'll be, the first trans person, or the first woman, I guess, could be the same, to go down to the Marianas Trench or something.
Well, Parisi, the name here, this is the trans person's name, Aaron Parisi. Parisi means like an angel.
Oh. Did you look that up on your own, or is that in the article?
No, I looked it up, but yeah, it means like an angel, and it's Eastern influence there. But, yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Well, yeah, speaking of that little nugget there, I just want to give a quick plug. Ravel podcasts, a podcast I'm doing with Dr. Christopher Ryan Gates, where we get in trouble for asking theological questions that we're not supposed to ask, and talking to people we're not supposed to talk to, and being yelled at by people on the internet who think it's their mission to do that. We've done 2 episodes over the past 2 weeks, one on patriarchy, one on matriarchy, looking at it from a biblical perspective. And we have an episode coming out this weekend on Sunday that also sort of dives in to a bit of these transgender conversations as well. And so if you're interested in hearing about that in maybe a way you haven't heard about it before, go check out Ravel on Apple Podcasts or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Remember, there's 2 Ravel podcasts. You'll know which one's mine. It's the good one. If you start listening to one and it's not that, go find the other one. Yeah, please and thank you. All right, you good?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Thank you, everybody, for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We will be back on Monday, January 31st. So we'll be right here, back in the same spot, back in the same chairs, baby, possibly with some new equipment if we can get our act together and set that stuff up. But we have, if you read the newsletter I sent out the other day, you are aware of some fun upgrades we're going to be attempting to do in the next couple months. And we'll see how that goes. But either way, make sure to tune in for the next episode of Canary Cry News Talk, where you can become a producer. That's right. Producers every single episode, baby. That's the only way that it works. And as usual, just a reminder, not every single listener has to produce every single episode. But as long as the producers keep putting value back into the system, we're able to keep producing the value 3 times a week. So if you've never become a producer before and you want to get demooched, consider it for Monday, the last day of the month of this first month of 2022. We got to demooch, who was it? Beth got demooched today. I think somebody else got demooched too. And it's fun to do. So if you've been considering becoming a producer of the show, pray about it, think about it, ask the Lord if it's the right thing to do for you. If you get value out of it, the only way that it can continue is if the value for value model has participation from listeners just like you. You can do that by heading to patreon.com/CCNT. Or if you don't like that, you can go ahead and head on over to CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right. And remember, you can also go to CanaryCrySupplyDrop.com if you want to sign up for the supply drop. Thank you for everybody who's been signing up. We are making steady progress to our goal of 100 supply droppers by the end of February or the beginning of March. So this, next Monday, I guess Wednesday, will start February, and that will be the last month to sign up for this first quarter supply drop. So you've been thinking about it, go ahead and sign up soon, sign up now, so we can, we're going to have to get cracking on manufacturing all those sweet, sweet treasures we're sending out. So CanaryCrySupplyDrop.com. Thank you very, very much for showing support of the show. And thank you to the producers of this episode 439, starting with our executive producer, Sir Aaron J., Night of the Cute Little Piggies, and of course our supply droppers, Anonymous, Jeffrey W., Emily L., Miss G Beauty, and not to mention the rest of our beautiful, astounding, talented producers. Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lake, Sir Egorius, Night of the Squatting Slavs, Palmer B., Julie S., Child of God, Morph, Beth C., Barb, Michael R., J.C., Heather Sir Russ, Sir Scott, Not a True Thing, Gail M., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Veronica D., Doctor Who Done That, and Jackie U., Child of God, and Amanda P. Thank you very much. Just thought I'd try to switch it up there. We'll see what happens. Thank you for supporting the show. And of course, thank you to our audio messengers, Shiloh and Pop and Amy and Gerry, for leaving your cool audio messages over at Canary Cry News Talk. I love what it adds to the show, and they're all very valuable. But if you're out there and you've wanted to, I don't know, try your hand at sort of citizen reporting, there's an interesting story out there that you want us to cover, put together your own little 90-second report. Go to CanaryCryNewsTalk.com and hit the little audio message button and just try it out. Like I said, we're going to have some pretty high standards for the reports, but we'd love to see what you guys got in you. And thank you to our time stampers and our there are no audio productions, but thank you anyways. And thank you to our artists and our fiction writers and our meter uppers and everybody who is a part of the Canary Cry family, keeping this show going. And you can help the show out by leaving ratings and reviews. Don't bring shame to the family.
You said that from the gut. That came from deep within.
Came with a wound. Came from a wound deep inside. I can't believe it. 0 ratings and reviews. So come on, leave a rating and review. It's so easy. It's so fast. It costs you nothing, and it means everything to us. You can leave a rating and review on Apple Podcasts. You know how to do it. Most of you are listening on Apple Podcasts. Go to the show page on your Apple Podcast device or app, and go down to the reviews and click leave a rating or a review or whatever it says. I don't know exactly what it says. Do I need to make a tutorial video? Might have to make a tutorial video, actually. Yeah. So there you go. Please leave ratings and reviews. We got to show these robots that we're worth sharing. And you can do that on Apple Podcasts. You can also do it on Audible and other places, but Apple Podcasts is the one. The reason we focus on that is because it's kind of the main place people find the podcast version of the show. Other than that, just share it out. You can share it in lots of ways. You can go to CanaryCryStreetTeam.com. You'll find, almost 20 street team flyers that are hilarious and fun. Print those out and hang them up around your neighborhood. I've yet to be sent any pictures of these things. I can see that people are downloading them, but I can't see if anybody's hanging them up. So take a picture if you're hanging these up on flagpoles, coffee shops, your gym, whatever the case may be. Maybe your church even. Whoa, bro. Wake up the church, dude. And hang them up, send a picture to us so we can kind of see all these fun places that the flyers are getting hung up. And people will see them and be confused by the flyers and visit the URL, and it'll be a fun time. Maybe we should put a QR code on those suckers. Yeah, maybe that. But you can also share the show traditional way. Share it on your social media. Text it to a friend. Burn it on a CD. Throw it into a fire. Let the smoke waft up and deliver the data to the hive mind in the sky, and then it'll trickle down into the feeding tubes of the cerebral brain creatures that control many of the brainwashed folk today. But you don't have to do it regular ways like that. You can be a little bit more creative. A lot of people like to mix it up a little bit. And, here's one thing you could do. Maybe you've been in the same career for just a bit too long. Is your boss not appreciating the work you put in? Are you trying to get a new job in the same industry just to be told by the government that you're not allowed to change jobs because we live in some sort of great reset hell dimension? If that's the case, why don't you try a little career switch? It only takes 12 weeks to get certified as a ding-dang truck driver, baby. That's right. We're all becoming truck drivers now. Are you a podcaster? Stop wasting our time. Become a truck driver. Add something to the economy and make your voice heard. Scoot that 18-wheel sucker right on up to Ottawa and start blasting that horn hither, thither, and yon. And let the old Trudeau know how you feel about his wacky ideas about how society should run. But, you're not going to have the regular old truck horn, and you're not even going to have the La Cucaracha truck horn. No, that one's good. I do like that one. And
is that cultural appropriation right there?
You're going to have to ask the truck drivers, the Mexican truck drivers. Mexican truck drivers have joined the convoy, Gonz, so I don't think it's appropriation.
Okay, good.
Of course, no American would have that as their horn. That is strictly a Mexican delicacy. for truck drivers. But you can change your horn. Go ahead, change your horn, make it the best song in the world. And as you are creepily creeping down the street down there by the Parliament building in Ottawa, as the police are just looking for reasons to scoop you up and put you in trucker jail, or their FBI, whatever the Canadian FBI agents are doing to try to create some sort of January 6th type of insurrection moment. No longer, this won't even be compared to 9/11. January 6th would compare to 9/11. What is it? January 28th will be compared to January 6th. The worst disaster since January 6th. If the Canadian FBI have anything to say about it. But you're keeping your eyes peeled. You're documenting everything. You got that dash cam rolling, baby. And you're calling the cops on anybody who's trying to instigate violence, because this is a peaceful statement against the tyranny of the establishment and the elite lizard person, specifically Justin Trudeau. And the best way to do that is when you're cruising by, honking that horn. You know what'll stand out? Not La Cucaracha, not your standard big honky train horn. No, you're going to hit that sucker, and suddenly, out of the gaping maw that is your truck horn, will come the beautiful music of CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. Well, at least that's what people will think of when they hear your actual truck horn, which will sound like honk, 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 honk. And that's how this revolution is really going to start, because there's going to be a Canarian in the crowd doing a remote reporting segment, recording it directly onto CanaryCryNewsTalk.com, and that will be heard in the background around the world, and we'll reach a new golden age of podcast listenership here at Canary Cry News Talk. You don't have to do it that way. You can do it all sorts of other ways, but we like to call it rattling cages, and if you need any other instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake them.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Gonz, any last words?
Yeah. Revelation 17, starting at verse 9. This calls for a mind with wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. Is it man, woman?
There it is.
There are also 7 kings. 5 have fallen. 1 is, and the other has not yet come. That story, what's her name, had climbed 5 out of the 7 summits.
Oh.
Yeah. So 5 have fallen. 1 is. And the other is yet to come.
Oh my gosh.
And there's an 8th out of the 7. It gets crazy.
Cracking the Antarctica.
It's going to be biblical.
Folks, it's going to be biblical. Well, we hope you enjoyed this episode. And remember to head on over to the Canary Cry Clips channel on YouTube. The clips are taking a few days to go from air date to the Clips channel, but stay patient and go subscribe to it, please, if you're still here. We'll pop that link into the chat. If not, a simple search of Canary Cry Clips on YouTube will lead you where you need to go. And remember, we'll have that's for sharing the clips, much shorter bite-sized segments. And also, you'll be able to find, all the Antarctica clips together. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Do not come back, you Nazis!
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I wanna shake things up, shake things up. I wanna shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I wanna stir up some controversy. I wanna rattle a few cages. I wanna rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Wives in the cosmos, children in the space plane.
I'm an adult in a spaceship.
The supersonic space plane screamed to life and the vehicle swooped upward on board. The passengers experienced 3 G's of force from the burst of extreme acceleration and watched the blue sky fade into space.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Oh, yeah.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Yes. Do it, Richard. Do it, Jeff. Do it for humanity.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
He can accomplish it. You can too. Big windows, cool. Rocket ship, cool. Space plane, cool.
Nukes,
cool.
Blowing stuff up,
cool. Space plane, astronaut, rocket ship.
Avius anchor.
We have Basil. He's a human. Just look at him. Go to the bathroom in bags. He can go to the bathroom in the cosmos. It changed everything. Wives in space, children in the cosmos, with your best friend brother. Wives in the cosmos, children in the space plane.
We are headed to space.
It's Corona COVID-19, 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 come down. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19.
Thank you, Jesus. Crawl on your belly. Standing in the office of the prophet of God in the Garden of Eden. I execute judgment on you, COVID-19. I execute judgment on you, Satan, you destroyer, you killer. You get out. We break your power. You get off this nation. I demand judgment on you. I demand a vaccination to come immediately. I call you done. No more. I call you gone. You come down.
What are we going to do? Burn.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
This is the way.
God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods he holds judgment. How long will you so-called gods judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? You are to give justice to the weak and the fatherless, maintain the right of the afflicted and the destitute, rescue the weak and the needy, deliver them from the hand of the wicked. They have neither knowledge nor understanding. They walk about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are shaken. I said, you are gods, sons of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, like men you shall die, and fall like any prince. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all the nations. Let the heavens praise your wonders, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. For who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Who among the heavenly beings is like the Lord? A God greatly to be feared in the council of the holy ones, and awesome above all who are around him. O Lord God of hosts, who is mighty as you are, O Lord, with your faithfulness all around you. You rule the raging of the sea. When its waves rise, you still them. You crushed Rahab like a carcass. You scattered your enemies with your mighty arm. The heavens are yours. The earth also is yours. The world and all that is in it, you have founded them.
He's got the solution for the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. For the great reset. Hiding in the shadows, he's always behind the scenes. Holding on the first string, he's got control of everything. He's got the solutions to the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. For the great reset. Serve his master with fervor. He's a Luciferian. Bound up and determined, bring us to the end. Yes, you find the solution. Destroy the human race. So walk right up to the great reset. To the great reset. There's only one way out to the door, but you'll need the code. 10, 5, 19, 21, 19. Or you can step right up for the great reset. For the great reset. For the great reset. For the great reset.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!